I'd like to call Senator
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler 36, Butler 38, Carter, Kaufman, Char, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLennan, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation? Anybody come today? Given by Senator Kelvin Butler and Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Jackson. Senator Butler.
Well, good morning. Let us pray. Most gracious God, we come with thanksgiving in our heart, Lord. Thanking you for all you're doing in our lives. Thank you right now, Lord, for just the opportunity to bless your name. Lord, you're good to us. You're better to us than we are to ourselves. And we say thank you this morning. You have charged my colleagues on both sides of this building to do things that are best for this great state of Mississippi. And we don't take that lightly. We thank you again for all you continue to do for us and our families, Mr. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker, and all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Help us to continue to do the things that are pleasing in your sight. We thank you, we praise you, we honor you, but most of all, we love you. For it's in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we get a picture right here?
Oh, yeah. Pray.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Senators. Thank you, Senator Butler. Thank you, Senator Jackson. Reading of the journal now. Reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senators move to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee report, Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next is the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions, and I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We go to introduction of guests. Thank you, Senator Polk. For the introduction of guests by the senators, any introductions? Any introductions? Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce our doctor of the day over by our non-smokers table. It's Dr. Richard Calderon from Hattiesburg, works at Forest General. He is a specialist of internal medicine and pediatrics, and he's the president-elect of the Mississippi Osteopathic Medical Association. So let's give him a warm welcome to the Mississippi State Senate.
Welcome. Appreciate you and fantastic hospital and clinic you've got in Hattiesburg. Thank you, Senator Polk. Okay, introductions. Any introductions? Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request floor privileges for the Lady Hornets girls basketball team and Coach Maurice Bowie.
Privilege is granted with the Sergeant at Arms. Please escort the guests to the floor.
Mr. President, I would call up Senate Concurrent Resolution number 573 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 573, a concurrent resolution commending and congratulating the Lake High School Ladies Hornets girls basketball team and Coach Maurice Bowie for winning the 2022 MHSAA 2A State Championship. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Lake High School Lady Hornets girls basketball team and Coach Maurice Bowie for winning the 2022 MHSAA 2A State Championship, and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for continued success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Maurice Bowie for the team and Lake High School Principal Joel McCarty, forwarded to the Scott County Board of Education, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
That's for y'all. Mr. President, it's an honor to have the Lake Lady Hornets here today. Senator Sparks may not agree with me as he represents Belmont, but it was a tight game, and as he told me, it was one of the best games he's ever seen in high school basketball. To see a 3A team that was brought down to 2A fight against my Lady Hornets over in Lake Mississippi. With times it was only a 1-point lead and they fought it through. With 10.1 seconds left to play, Lake headed to the free throw line to shoot two. Sank one and gave the Hornets a 2-point lead. That would be the deciding factor that would close out the game and bring the gold trophy home to Lake Mississippi. The Lady Hornets took down Belmont in that 46-44. And we even have a most valuable player with us with a double-double of 12 points and 12 rebounds, Miss Daenerys Barton. Daenerys, where you at? Here she is right here, a double-double in that game. How about that? The championship game of all. But I do believe you'll see a team with no greater grit and that I'm proud of there in my district, District 31. And Mr. President, I would ask for Mr. Maurice Bowie to be recognized to address the Senate at this time.
Coach Bowie, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank y'all for having us, first of all. I know the job you guys do. Appreciate y'all for having us. Thank the Senate and all the people that work for the Senate. I want to make sure our team understand that not only did we take down Belmont, we also took down and defended 2A state champs in new site as well. So, we apologize, but not really. All right. But again, thank y'all. I know the hard work that y'all have done for teachers and educators this year. I want to thank y'all. We appreciate it and continue the hard work. Again, thank y'all.
Thank you, Coach.
And I just want to note that Coach Bowie here is a native of Morton in Scott County, so he's staying close. He's fighting for his people in his own county, and he's doing a great job coaching. So great job, Coach Bowie. Come on, let's take a photo. Okay. We're going to take one out front, right here, and then in the background, and then we'll back up. Maybe not.
Thank you, Coach. Congratulations, ladies. State championship. Senator Jackson. Senator Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request floor privileges for N'Kobe Dean and his entourage.
Privilege are granted. Will the Sergeant at Arms please escort guests to the chamber floor?
A young man from Horn Lake, Mississippi.
It's a blessing that I'm in this position, and I appreciate you giving a shout out to Horn Lake and Tunica, Mississippi. Thank you.
I grew up in Horn Lake, Mississippi. My mother was the director of community affairs at Tunica County Sheriff's Department.
The Kobe Dean comes over and gets great field position for the Dogs. The Kobe Dean's been a nightmare tonight.
Wow, he's something.
Oh, and it's intercepted by the Kobe Dean. Goodbye, Dean. Is gone. Touchdown, Georgia.
All right. Woo. No offense to the Mississippi State Bulldogs, but it's a Georgia Bulldog Day today at the state capitol. We're just so happy to have Nakobe here with us today. I'm looking around to try to see if Senator McClendon is here. People that are from DeSoto County, Nakobe went to Horn Lake High School and was outstanding there in Horn Lake. His mother's from Tunica County, which I represent, and as you know, with the new maps, hopefully we'll be representing DeSoto County in the future. So we're all one big family. We've been working on this for quite a while. Nakobe has been very busy since winning the national championship, going to try out for NBA. We're looking forward to, the NFL, sorry, NFL. NFL. So we're looking forward to him. Thank you. Yeah, it's an inside joke. Thank you. Yeah. But while he attended Georgia, he majored in mechanical engineering and had a 3.53 GPA.
Oh, yeah.
So, very good student. Now, engineering is to build things, right? But he was atrocious on the football field. He tore down offenses, as you can see on video. So we're just so glad to have him with us today. He has with him his mother, Nikita Dean, and his agent, Chaffee Fields from Miami. And we're just so happy to have him. Would you read
the title, Mr. Clerk?
Senate Resolution Number 7, a resolution commending and congratulating Nakobe Dean, outside linebacker for the national champion University of Georgia Bulldogs football team from Horn Lake High School for his outstanding college football career. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate Nakobe Dean, outside linebacker for the national champions Georgia Bulldogs football team from Horn Lake High School for his outstanding college football career, and extend our best wishes to Nakobe Dean and his family as he transitions from the highest level of college football into the NFL. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Nakobe Dean, forwarded to Horn Lake High School football coach Mitchell Harville for the team, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask if you would give speaking privileges to Nakobe.
Mr. Dean, you're recognized to address the Mississippi State Senate.
I just want to thank y'all for just having me today. I want to thank Senator Jackson for having me today. I want to thank my mom, thank my agent for being here. And I want to say thank y'all. None of this be possible without God. So just thank y'all again.
Thank you. Mr. Dean, there is one requirement. That means you come home after you get through with their NFL. We need you back here, help run your state. Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Jordan, I believe. Senator Jordan.
I don't want this up here. Who this belongs to?
That's Senator Jackson's, I believe.
Take it to her. Mr. President, I would like to request floor privileges.
Will the Sergeant at Arms please escort our guests to the chamber floor?
Yes, sir. I want to ask anyone who wishes to join Ms. Senator Chestnut, or you may, since you represent part of the area, or any other senator who wishes to join me here.
God almighty, man, you just...
Mr. President, we have elected officials from Grenada. We're going to ask, Mr. President, you please have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Mississippi State Senate, Lieutenant Governor C. Delbert Holtzman Jr. is President of the Senate, and Senator David Jordan extend the recognition and commendation of the Mississippi Senate to Grenada, Mississippi Councilman Louis Johnson. Now therefore, Lieutenant Governor C. Delbert Holtzman Jr., as President of the Senate, and Senator David Jordan do hereby extend the recognition and commendation of the Mississippi Senate to Grenada, Mississippi Councilman Louis Johnson and the members of the Grenada City Council for the success of the Louis Johnson Senior Citizen Complex and its contributions to the economy and quality of life in the city and surrounding area.
Thank you. Mr. President, we really, and to the Senate, we really have an important person who have done a yeoman's job for the last 3 decades in the city of Grenada, and he's Mr. Louis Johnson. And we also have with us the chairman of the Tourism Commission of that area, and we also have most of the city council here. The mayor were unable to make it, but we have some good people here. Now, if any way possible, Mr. President, I'd like for Mr. Johnson to make a few remarks to this Mississippi State Senate. Mr. Louis Johnson.
You're recognized to address the Senate.
All right, let's give him a...
Thank you, Senator Jordan. I'd like to say to the Senate, to the President of the Senate, this morning you have brought a smile to our face. You have put joy into our heart in this great honor. I want to say to you today that on behalf of the city of Grenada, on behalf of the mayor and the city council, we thank you for this recognition. I want to say to Senator Jordan, we thank you for sponsoring this presentation. You have been a great service to our district. You have been a senator who have served not for yourself, but for the people. And we thank you for that. Senator Chestnut, we thank you for standing with us. You have been the same, and we thank you for the service that you do. I would like to introduce the individuals who are with me today. They're here for this presentation. We have our city manager, Mr. Amos, and his wife is here to accomplish him. And we have Steve Robinson, who is with our Tourism Commission, who is here this morning. We have Gary Worsham, who is our Tourism Director, who is here with us this morning. And we have Ms. Cassandra Liddell and her husband, who is Director of the Center in Grenada, who is with us this morning. We have Mr. James Davis, who is with the Department of Human Service, who is with us this day. Today, we have Ms. Darlene Allen, who is with North Central Planning and Development, who heads senior programs and who hosts many of the programs that are operated out of our facility. She has with her her granddaughter this morning, and we thank them for coming down and being a part of this presentation. I say to you once again, we thank you so very much for honoring us with this recognition. It's not about us, it's about the peoples who we serve. And you do the same, and we thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Come on. Come on. Senator Chestnut? Senator Chestnut? Senator? Senator Chestnut?
I'm sorry. I was greeting this young lady. The young lady's mother served for the Senate several years back.
Is that right? Thank you, Mr. President, and thank the Senate for listening. And we were certainly glad that Lewis were able to come, who has the greatest center for senior citizens in North Mississippi. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
I got it. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd request floor privileges for the Jackson Prep boys and girls basketball team.
Thank you, Senator.
At the same time.
Privileges are granted. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the guests to the floor.
He said he was coming up here. Yeah, boys may have to double up over there. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that both resolutions for the boys and girls teams be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 565, a concurrent resolution commending and congratulating the Jackson Prep Patriots boys basketball team and Coach Tim Wise for winning the MAIS overall state championship. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Jackson Prep Patriots boys basketball team and Coach Tim Wise for winning the MAIS state championship, and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Tim Wise and Jackson Prep Headmaster Lawrence M. Coco III, forwarded to the Jackson Prep Board of Trustees, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 570, a concurrent resolution commending and congratulating the Jackson Prep Lady Patriots girls basketball team and head coach Michael McAnally for winning the 2022 MAIS Overall State Championship. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Jackson Prep Lady Patriots girls basketball team and head coach Michael McAnally for winning the 2022 MAIS Overall State Championship and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Michael McAnally and Jackson Prep Headmaster Lawrence M. Coco III, forwarded to the Jackson Prep Board of Trustees, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, what you're looking at is double trouble. Let me tell you, double trouble with class. When I say that, I'm talking about not only the state champions for both, but I'm talking about the overall state champions for both boys and girls. This is a tremendous group of athletes, scholar athletes, I must say. And every one of them are very intelligent as well as athletic. I'm very, very proud as all of Rankin County, and I hope the whole state is, how proud we are of them. You know, there was a song once years ago that said, if you're looking for trouble, you come to the right place. And let me tell you, if you go there, whether it be basketball or any other sport, matter of fact, I should suggest to the coach, put up a sign, if you're looking for trouble, you've come to the right place. But they do it with style, they do it with class, and I'm very proud of them. The Jackson Prep, everyone at Prep knows they have a target on their back all the time, because every school, public or private, wants to beat Jackson Prep. And a few have, but not that many. So we're very proud of them. Mr. President, if it's all right at this time, I would like for Coach Wise and Coach McAnally to speak to this group.
Coach, you're recognized to speak to the Mississippi Senate. Coach McAnally.
I would just like to say thanks for recognizing our student athletes today, and appreciate all the work that y'all put in for us as citizens of the great state of Mississippi. Thank you.
We know this is a busy time for you guys, so thank you so much for carving out time for us. It's certainly been a magical season for both our boys and our girls teams, and you know, moments like this just continue to add to the memories we have. First time in 41 years that both Prep boys and girls have won overall, so it's certainly been a special time for us. Thank you.
I do have one more thing, Governor, if I may say. Also with them is a very special guest, a gentleman by the name of Russ Robinson. Now, Russ Robinson holds not just the state record, Russ Robinson holds a world record for sports broadcasting with 5,150 sports broadcasts. Let's give him a hand as well. Thanks.
We have an extra special guest, Senator Kirby. The Mississippi Senate is honored to have the First Lady of Mississippi here, Miss Ely Reeves, and she's hiding here.
Also, Governor, with us, of course, we have the representatives that represent the area of Jackson Prep in the Senate, but in addition to that, we have some Jackson Prep graduates in the Senate we're very happy to have that are standing with us today. So, if saying nothing else, unless Coach have something, I would ask that we, at this time, give them one last standing ovation, and that if both teams will walk outside the chamber just around the corner, we'll make photos. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Doing well.
I'm Josh Martin.
Our First Lady here is here as a mom. Okay, let's go to the calendar and get started for the day. Any other announcements? Introductions? Seeing none, we'll go to the calendar. Chairman Harkins, pass. Chairman Harkins passes from 1 through 11. Chairman Kirby will come back to in a moment. Passes to 46. Local and private, Chairman McMahon, pass. Motions to reconsider 49 to 55. Seeing none, all of these retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Hobson, 56 to 149, pass. 56 to 149 is passed. Appropriations. Okay. We come to Finance, Chairman Harkins. We're on Senate, we're on 150.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 150 and have it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 151 and have the title read.
150 retains its place on the calendar. 151, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 833, Mississippi Motor Vehicle Commission Law, prohibit direct sales by manufacturers except as provided.
Move to recommit for further conferencing.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. 152.
I'd like to skip item 152 and 153 and have them retain their place on the calendar and go to item 154 and have the title read.
152 through 53 retain their place on the calendar. 154, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1685, Pregnancy Resource Act, create.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference report has this is the Pregnancy Crisis Resource Center where we allocate $3.5 million for, that was a Senate position on the tax credits for donations to, and then it also has language in here on the Children's Promise Act that puts some clarification on what is an accredited regional accrediting organization for the ESCOs. It also puts a statement in here that says the statement that the funds generated from the tax credit shall be used for educational resources, staff expenditures, and or other purposes described in this section for the bill. It also lowers the amount an institution can receive down to 4.5%, and for the calendar year 23 and after, the cap on the tax credit is $18 million that is split 50-50 between the eligible charitable organizations and the ESCOs. There's also language in here for a blood drive business tax credit for encouraging folks to donate blood. It's a $100,000 tax credit that's in here as well. And it also does, we added some language in several bills early in the year that some of the tax deductions from the economic aid from coronavirus, that was just a catch-all to make sure that we were able to deduct some of the things that were missed last year when we had that catch-all to help people deduct the expenses on their taxes. And so that catches that language in this conference report as well. And that is the explanation of the conference report. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Have a question.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Thank you. I'm looking on lines 169 and 170. On this new language underlined, it says a charitable, educational services charitable organization that is accredited by a regional accrediting organization.
Yes.
What is the impact of that language? Like, who are we cutting out and who are we allowing to be in?
It's MAIS schools. MAIS schools.
MAIS schools only?
Yes.
Do they have to be a member of MAIS? Okay. I have one more. Did the Senate reduce the amount of the original bill? What was the difference
20
in the?
million, we was
Pardon?
down to 20 million was the original, it was down to 18. Or actually, it was 24, we moved it to 18.
18?
18 million, 9 million aside.
Okay, is that combined on both programs, the Promise Act and the Pregnancy Resource Act, or is
No,
that
those
separate?
are separate, they're two
Okay,
separate.
how much in each one?
It's 3.5 in the pregnancy crisis tax credit, and it's 18 in the Children's Promise Act.
Okay.
And they're separate.
What was the original number in the Pregnancy Resources Act?
2.
And we increased
Moved
it?
it to
Okay, so we
4.5.
did well with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Simmons, Norwood, Horn, Blunt, Hickman, Thomas, Jordan. Anyone else? Present. McMahon, McClendon. Anyone else? Present. Boyd. Present. Butler. Present. Butler. K and A. Fraser. Present. Anyone else? No. Jackson. Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes as noted. One moment, please. Okay. Back to Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins passes 155. Chairman Kirby. Chairman Kirby, 158, sir. Okay, you're going to suspend the rules and go back to the rules count? Yes. Senator Kirby, are you going to take Senator Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 12, Senate nomination 149, as the title be read.
We have to suspend the rules first, I think, sir.
I suspend the rules, go back to item 12.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby, on number 12.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's see, read, if you would.
Read the title.
Read the title.
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 149, Whitney Holiday Lipscomb, Ridgeland, Mississippi, Mississippi Commission on the Status of Women, unexpired term beginning March 10, 2022 and ending June 30, 2024.
Make your usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sorry, it is a nomination. I apologize, Senator. It's not necessary.
Aye. Go back to talking about number 12. Number 12 is Whitney Holiday Lipscomb from Ridgeland, Mississippi, and for the Commission of Status of Women. Met all the requirements. Most all of you know Whitney for either working for the governor or working for the attorney general. If there's no questions, move that we do advise and consent by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, advising of consent has been requested. Use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. No. Present? Seeing none, unanimous. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to pass and retain item 13 and go to items 14 through 26 in block. As the
Items
title be
14
read,
through
no objection.
26 in block. Is anyone Wish to remove 1, 14 through 26 in it.
Please read the titles.
Seeing none, en blank is granted. Please read the titles, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 589, commend summer field program at USM Golf Course Research Laboratory on its 75th anniversary. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 590, commemorate the 150th anniversary of the City of Macomb. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 591, designate April 2nd, 2022 as World Autism Awareness Day in Mississippi. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 592, commend State Parole Board Member Betty Lou Jones on the occasion of her retirement. Senate Resolution Number 49, recognize award-winning country singer, songwriter, and musician Charlie Worsham. Senate Resolution Number 50, recognize 45th anniversary of the founding of Mhsaa Cat Chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity at USM. Senate Resolution Number 51, recognize Dr. Aline Stingley as the recipient of USA Today's Women of the Year, Mississippi honoree. House Concurrent Resolution Number 79, Millicent Mandy Gonter, commend for receiving the 2020 Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching. House Concurrent Resolution Number 80, Bobby Gentry, commend Chickasaw County native, legendary, and renowned singer-songwriter. House Concurrent Resolution Number 81, Global Remand Day, designate April 14, 2022 as period of observation in the state of Mississippi. House Concurrent Resolution Number 82, Mississippi Export Railroad, commend on occasion of 100th anniversary. House Concurrent Resolution Number 83, Pine Grove High School boys basketball team, commend for winning MHSAA Class 2A boys basketball state championship. House Concurrent Resolution Number 84, City of Macomb, commend upon the 150th anniversary of its founding.
Usual motion, Mr. President.
Usual motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you can see, these are all commending resolutions. If no questions, I ask you this morning roll call for final passage.
Questions? Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present.
Thank you,
Seeing
Mr.
none.
President. I'd like to pass and retain item 27 as to retain its place on the calendar.
Okay.
And then I'd like to go to items 28 through 46 in block with no objection.
28 to 46 in it. One moment. In block. Anyone? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, now we're ready, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the title to be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 593, recognize service and legacy of World War II veteran Howard Bennett of Summerall, Mississippi. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 594, commend Boonville High School Lady Blue Devils for winning 2022 MHSAA Class 3 Girls Basketball Championship. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 595, commend Boonville High School Blue Devils baseball team for winning the 2021 Class 3A State Championship. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 596, commend Belmont High School Cardinals boys golf team for winning 2021 MHSAA 3A State Championship. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 597, commend Boonville High School Blue Devils boys basketball team for winning 2022 Class 3A State Championship. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 598, commend Boonville Lady Blue Devils girls fast pitch softball team for winning 2021 3A State Championship. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 599, commend Belmont High School Lady Cardinals volleyball team for winning first state championship in program history. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 600, commend Boonville High School Blue Devil Marching Band for winning 3A state championship. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 601, commend Hancock High School Lady Hawks girls bowling team for 3 consecutive state championships. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 602, commend Pearl River Community College Wildcats women's basketball team for MACCC championship. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 603, commend Pearl River Community College Wildcats men's basketball team for 3rd consecutive MACCC title. Senate Resolution Number 52, recognize Tara Donovan as Mississippi Department of Education 2022 Parent of the Year. Senate Resolution Number 53, Commend Van Cleve High School Lady Bulldogs girls basketball team for 5th consecutive state championship. Senate Resolution Number 54, commend Alcorn State University women's cross country team for winning SWAC. Senate Resolution Number 55, commend Alcorn State University men's basketball team for winning the SWAC regular season. House Concurrent Resolution 85, Adverse Childhood Experience ACEs Trauma Awareness Day, recognized June 20th, 2022. House Concurrent Resolution Number 86, Poised Pearls of Laurel of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Inc. congratulate upon the charter of the graduate chapter. House Concurrent Resolution Number 87, the Commercial Dispatch, commend and congratulate on 100th anniversary. House Concurrent Resolution Number 88, Bob Tyler, commend life of service to Yallowbush County and state of Mississippi.
Make your usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, again, these are all well-deserved commending resolutions. If no questions, I ask for use this morning. Roll call for final passage.
Questions? Any questions? Senators request the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, all pass unanimously. Thank you, Senator Kirby. We go to 47. Let's see. Let me go back here. Senator Barnett, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President, we suspend the rules and take up to go back to items 48 through 53 on today's calendar. Better take those items up in block, Mr. President.
43 through 55?
48.
48 through 55?
Yes, sir.
One moment.
50. That's what I said, 53, right?
Is it 53?
48 through 53.
And that would be 131, Senator? Going through 131, Senate Bill 131?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection in bank? We need to suspend the rule first. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. Now in bank.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we table the motion to, I'm sorry, can we have the titles read?
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Nomination Number 58, Robert Leonard Bob Bond, Tupelo, Mississippi, Mississippi Prison Industries Board of Directors to represent the labor industry on expired 4-year term ending May 5th, 2021. Senate Nomination Number 59, Robert Leonard Bob Bond, Tupelo, Mississippi, Mississippi Prison Industries Board of Directors to represent the labor industry 4-year term beginning May 6, 2021 and ending May 5th, 2025. Senate Nomination Number 85, Taylor Patton Stringer, Macomb, Mississippi, Mississippi Prison Industries Corporation Board of Directors to represent manufacturing unexpired 4-year term effective August 5th, 2021 and ending May 5th, 2023. Senate Nomination Number 102, Herbert Randall Johnson, Noxapater, Mississippi, Mississippi Prison Industries Board of Directors to represent the state at large, unexpired balance of a 4-year term ending May 5th, 2022. Senate Nomination Number 105, Max Alton Phillips, Taylorsville, Mississippi, Mississippi Prison Industries Board of Directors to represent agriculture, unexpired balance of the 4-year term effective August 5th, 2021 and ending May 5th, 2025. Senate Nomination Number 131, Willie James Green, Ridgeland, Mississippi, Mississippi Prison Industries Board of Directors to represent the state at large, unexpired balance of a 4-year term ending May 5th, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. President. Motion that we table this motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. We're back on the calendar after the Appropriations Senate. I think that is on 154 was the last one. Mr. Clerk, are we on? 155?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to. Okay. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go back to item number 55, Senate Concurrent Resolution number 58, and ask title be read.
Which number was that, sir?
55.
55? Go back to 55. Okay. That's Senate Resolution 588. Suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Would you read, Mr. Clerk, would you read the title?
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 588, suspend rules for further consideration of Senate Bill Number 2033, 2022, regular session, extend postpartum coverage of Medicaid recipients to 12 months.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. All right. Let's see. We go back to 155, I think. 158, I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, 158. Chairman Kirby? 158, sir. Senator Kirby? Oh. And the next, do you want to pass or take 159? Okay, thank you, Senator Kirby. Senator Kirby passes and retained 158 and 159. We go to Chairman McMahon. Pass on 160, Chairman Hobson. Chairman Hobson, we're on 161, Senate. General bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 161 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill Number 660, Gulf Coast Restoration Fund, limitation on assistance for any one project not applicable to certain public entities.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a slight amendment to the GCRF bill. This is not the funding portion of it, but it's just the language portion of the GCRF bill that makes an exemption for any applicant that receives assistance under GCRF. It adds in public schools for those that are included. I think that had not been in there before. So that's what it does, and I'll happy to yield for any questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report.
Seeing no questions, Senator is used to the morning roll call for adoption. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passed unanimously. Senator Hobson is recognized.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 162 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill Number 842, Rural Fire Truck Acquisition Assistance Program, authorized 2 additional rounds for counties and municipalities.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the rural fire truck bill. Again, not the funding portion, but this sets up the mechanism for it. We've agreed with the House to add 1 additional round of rural fire trucks. We also included the language that we have already passed here on the floor, and that language would allow for the smaller rural areas a better match rate so that they would not have to match as high a percentage. And I believe that amount was 80, they could go at 80% of the rural fire truck money to assist them in their purchase of rural fire trucks. This also included language that the commissioner wanted to put in that this would be for new and used. We added the word used fire trucks. I will yield for questions, Mr. President.
If questions, Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Just got a question, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, sir.
I think I heard you say that it was for one additional round, and here we see it's for authorized 2 additional rounds.
That's in the language, that was in the title of the bill.
Okay.
We agreed that we would go, we discussed that, and the rationale was that a lot of the money that could be available could be sucked up by or utilized by the larger groups, and we thought it's better to, a lot of the rural areas are farther behind in getting a fire truck. And so whatever money we put in, we didn't want one county to get 2 fire trucks where a smaller county could get 0 fire trucks. And we wanted, and we think the money that we're going to be able to put in this year is going to be sufficient to cover enough for everybody to get an extra round, plus allow some of the smaller communities, counties to be able to get a fire truck too with this better match rate.
All right, thank you so much, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose? Passed. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President, for a question.
You, Senator Hobson. Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, you and I had some conversation about the need for some assistance for a fire engine, a fire suppression truck at Hawkins Field that would also serve the 185th Army National Guard in the amount of $940,000. Were we able to get that in?
We are discussing that and hopeful that will be able to get, that's not in this bill, but that would be in potentially another appropriations bill to get that foam fire truck that's been requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
I think the military uses, I think that's helpful for the military too. So
yes, sir.
I can't remember which budget we discussed it in late, but it was definitely, hopefully we can get that done this year.
Yes, sir. Well, the Adjutant General's, excuse me, the Adjutant General sent a letter of support for the effort.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Hobson is recognized.
I ask that we go to item 163 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1031, Capital City Water Sewer Project Fund, create and require DFA to develop plan for improvements projects.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Mhsaa to explain.
Senator Mhsaa, you recognized.
You got a copy of it.
Thank you, Mr. President. This does, as the title says, it sets up the Capital City Water and Sewer Project Fund. It will be administered by the State Treasurer and through the Department of Finance. It's important that we want you to know that all 5 of us who represent portions of the city of Jackson have agreed on this and think it's a good idea to get the improvements that are necessary for Jackson's water and sewer system. Be glad to yield any questions. Move
Questions
adoption.
on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion. I'm sorry,
adoption.
Senator Hill, did you have a question, Senator?
I did have a question.
Are you here for a question, Senator Mhsaa?
Yes.
This is just the mechanism. There's
No funding in it at
no
all.
funding in it yet, but this will be handled strictly through DFA and the state treasury, correct?
Right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No money in it. We've not done any of the funding. This would be set up for ARPA funds.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, we're ready for your motion,
Move
Senator.
adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call, Mr.
Morning roll
President.
call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Mhsaa. Senator Hobson, 164, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 164 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1101, Trip Optimizer System, Exempt Youth Services Counselors Fund.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Trip Optimizer. We discussed this a few weeks ago about some exemptions for youth counselors and other folks working with DHS and CPS and the difficulty they were having doing their jobs because they have to, under the Trip Optimizer system, sometimes they have to go out of the way to get a rental car to come back to go to the places they need to go, particularly those that need to go quickly when they've got claims of child abuse or other things of that sort. So what we did, plus we understand that there's a shortage of rental cars right now anyway. What we have done in this conference report is to give a 2-year exemption to the trip optimizer system altogether. So for all, and I've spoken with DFA about this too, so for all state agencies, the provisions of the trip optimizer system in Mississippi would be suspended until June 30, 2024. So it's a 2-year moratorium on the trip optimizer system. I will yield for questions.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator Hobson? Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson. I think this is an excellent idea. What I do is want to ask one question. Will doing this 2-year moratorium, would there be studying to see if it should continue, or are there ramifications that will allow it to cease at some point?
Well, I don't think there's anything in this bill that says that. I've filed a bill for a couple of years. We couldn't get it, never got it passed, to do a study on that system and the utilization of all the vehicles in Mississippi to see if there are ways we could consolidate within agencies so we don't end up having one vehicle or a vehicle sitting at one agency that are underutilized and another agency is really wearing out their vehicles. But I do think that in my discussions with some of the agency folks that they're doing some things better in that regard. I don't know that we've got it exactly where we need to be, but I'm hopeful that after this 2-year period, they can look back to the prior years and see if there are savings in this or if we need to scrap this moratorium and go back to what it was before because it may save money. I do think we may end up having the concern long term as to whether or not we want to exempt those that have to there are emergency exceptions, but like the youth service counselors and others that may have to get out in the night or, odd hours. We don't want them to have to drive 40 or 50 miles to go get a car to come back and go another 60 miles back the way they could have gone 10 or 20 miles. So, that's something I'll certainly impress upon the agency directors and DFA, Ms. Welch, to make sure they're looking into that. That's a good point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Motion is adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes unanimously. Senator 165.
I'd ask that we skip items 165 through 173 on today's calendar and go to item 174 and have the title read.
165 to 173 retain their place on the calendar. 174, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2781, appropriations, make various recommendations to fiscal year 2022 appropriation bills.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is what I hope is the final version of the correction bill that we do. We've done this already at least twice during this session, where we've got all the projects that may have been misidentified in last year's bill and things that needed to be corrected for technical reasons. We do have 2 additions to that at the very end of the bill. We've got one addition relates to the mental health, amending the prior year sections as it relates to the type of duty pay for their nursing and direct care staff. This allows them to go back and utilize the enhanced pay rates during the CARES Act funds, use them federal funds, mostly federal funds, some state funds, to pay for the hazard or premium pay, depending on where they were located. If they were located in the hospital, for instance, they would have been entitled to that. The other change in the bill was to make sure we reconcile that the amount considered for unemployment compensation determination and unemployment benefits was going to be based on the date when the CARES Act funds were put back into the unemployment compensation fund, and that was December 31st. The reason for that is because we wanted to make sure that it showed what we had at that time, because that would affect all employers' unemployment insurance premiums. So this would get the unemployment compensation fund back up to a level where there hopefully will be no increase to unemployment compensation or unemployment insurance premiums in the state. So that's an explanation of the two changes that we have not addressed prior to this point. I will yield for questions.
Questions? Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
I ask that we skip item 175 on today's calendar.
175 retains its place on the calendar. Go to in-conference general bills, Senate. 176, 77, 78, 79, 80 have not been filed. Chairman Wiggins, on 181, pass on 181. Chairman Polk passes on 182. Chairman Wiggins, we're on 183.
Go to item, go to item 183, call it up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 770, Mississippi Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, create.
Be allowed to explain the conference report.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. This is the equal pay bill, and just wanted to kind of go over a couple things. The House and Senate receded from both of their positions, and the bill became basically a combination of both bills. And I just wanted to give a little bit of background for those, I guess, really non-lawyers. What this bill is really simply doing is just creating a cause of action. That's really all it's doing. And when I say a cause of action, what I mean by that is it's just like if you have a slip and fall, or if something happens, that's how you go about addressing things in what's called the civil law. So that's all we're doing. And as was mentioned before, on this, Mississippi's, there's like 40, actually we're one of only 2 states to not have this kind of legislation. Oh, thank you, Senator Boyd. We're the only one. Alabama passed theirs last year. And this version, or this bill, is very similar to what Alabama did. So at the end of the day, it's a cause of action is all we're doing. And what we did was, in the conference report, we took and by the way, the House and Senate versions both passed. In Section 2, we took the definitions portion from the House bill, and then we did have a conference committee, and where the big issue on the conference committee, and we did recommit, it was to address the damages portion. So when you have a suit, the whole point is damages, okay? So we addressed that, and then also what we did was, based on the comments in committee, and to have this bill be literally as business friendly as possible, then we put certain language in here, which I'll go over that. And let me say that we have had discussions with MMA, BIPEC folks, and during the conference process, and those changes have been incorporated in here. And on that issue, the bottom line is this, is that you have one choice. You can either file on the federal side or the state side. And there is a federal law, as we've mentioned, and the language that is in the bill that we put in there, which actually was a concern of Senator McDaniel, was that we could not double recover. So we put that language in there. If you look at in Section 4, separate action may not be maintained under this act. If you file something under the federal act, if you under lines 90 and 91, if an employee brings a claim under this act, then goes into the federal court, it's mandatory that they dismiss this action. Okay, so you have to choose which one. And that's what Senator McDaniel in particular brought up in committee, and we worked on that. Also, there's a statute of limitations that no later than 2 years from the day the employee should have known, can you bring it? So for those non-lawyers, what that means is that if you think this has happened and it's year 3 after that, you are barred from bringing that action. So you can't do that. And then we also put in what's called a severability clause. And that just says if the law, for whatever reason, happens to be said to not be effective, it doesn't invalidate the whole law. It puts in just the limitations. And let me add this on the damages side of it, because you do have damages. We took out things like, actually under the federal law, it talks about liquidated damages. That is not in this one. It's simply about back pay and, let's see, back pay and cost of action. But we did, based on what has been encouraged by many of us and for the women in our state, to know that they have an action if they feel like they're going to be discriminated against. Now, I will say this. Many people have talked about court cases and stuff like that. You cannot prevent somebody from seeking redress in the court system. In fact, that is a hallmark of our democracy. So women who feel that way, and it is to the equal side of this, then they will have this option to do it if they so feel, under the guidelines that I've just laid out to you. So really, in the end, it's a simple bill, and I know things can get confusing, but I wanted to explain that. So with that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on the bill? Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
I have one question, Mr. President, from the chairman for clarification.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
Are you saying to us that Mississippi is the last state to adopt such a law? All the other 49 already have this?
Yes, Senator Jordan, I am saying that.
Thank you. Just one clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polk. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
For
President.
you, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Polk.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We were going to call this the Senator Polk Equal Pay Bill.
I thought it was going to be Sally Doty equal pay. My concern in this bill is businesses getting sued frivolously.
Right.
I know you've done a lot to try to fix that. Our company in McGee, Mississippi is now a 100% minority female business. I don't want her sued either. Would you be amenable to an amendment to this bill that says if indeed a business is sued under this law, that the state of Mississippi, if that business won the suit, that the state of Mississippi would have funds to pay the legal fees of that company only if they win?
Senator Polk, I appreciate your question. From a legal perspective, I think that's honestly never been done before. And if I understand what you're saying your amendment would be, that would mean every business in the state of Mississippi that ever got sued, the state of Mississippi would be on the hook.
No, under this law.
No, I understand that, but that's a precedent that would get started. Also, the House, my understanding, has passed this. So just from a procedural standpoint, it would go back. But like I said, and we had a conference committee, and the various business interest groups were in the conference committee and heard. And we have gotten it to the point where it's what I call business friendly. Like I said, though, I understand the costs of a lawsuit and businesses, and frivolous lawsuits are unsustainable. Let me say this, though, and many lawyers, not to get all legalese on this, but within the Mississippi Rules of Civil Procedure, which govern lawsuits, there are provisions that allow you to dismiss such frivolous lawsuits and, in fact, sanction the litigants as well as the attorneys. And on that is in part why on line 71 and 72, the conferees agreed that it shall be pursuant to the Mississippi Rules of Civil Procedure. So those provisions are in there. Now, not one person that I know of. Is that okay? Thank you. Rule 11 under the civil rules is the sanctions I was talking about, and council just informed me that's been codified into statute. So nobody can be prevented because that's your right, but there are the mechanisms to what I would call minimize that. And also, there are mechanisms within the rules of civil procedure that allow you to seek attorney's fees and things if it was done. Also, I was going to say malicious prosecution, but we're talking about civil law. So I understand your concern, but I think that that would be honestly unfair to the taxpayers and out of precedent for what we've done.
Well, thank you for that extended answer.
I just want to be clear.
Would I, to do the things you have just enumerated, most probably, since I nor my daughter are lawyers, would we probably have to employ a lawyer to do what you just said?
Yes, and I'm not shying away from that, but the laws that we pass, particularly through Judiciary A, through the criminal laws that we do, you have, believe me, it's advisable to hire an attorney if you're charged with burglary. And I will tell you, there is a bill coming before you that we have, human trafficking. My guess is that every person in here supports trying to crack down on human trafficking. In that law, there's a civil penalty for human trafficking. And so that person would have to hire a lawyer. So it's, and I realize I'm a lawyer, but yes, that would have to happen. I get that. But, and maybe some people feel like it would be a better world if lawyers didn't exist, but, but I will say that some of our greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln was a lawyer, folks like that. Our presiding officer is a lawyer. So our Speaker of the House is a lawyer. Some would maybe say that's a problem. But point being is, yes, you would have to.
Okay. Would you be surprised if I told you, since the Attorney General basically entered this bill, that I asked her staff, one of her staff, would she personally sign a letter saying she would repay me instead of the state of Mississippi, as I just suggested, if we won and had to hire a lawyer? And as a lawyer, she said, no, I can't do that. So you're asking me to spend money that I may not get back, but no lawyer is so sure of themselves in this bill that they will agree to that repayment.
No, so I'm asking you, as well as everybody, to vote for a bill that is extremely business friendly, that also is to put women in the state of Mississippi on the same level as every other state in this country. And that's what I'm asking you to do. As far as the letter from the Attorney General, that's between you and her. I did not, her and her staff never mentioned anything.
Member of her staff.
Right, they never mentioned any of that to me.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Senator Polk made me think of something that's already going on in the state of Mississippi. Senator Wiggins, since you're on appropriations with me, you may be aware that there are boards and commissions in this state that have sued private businesses in an anti-competitive way and have had the full force of the Attorney General's office behind them against some of these private businesses, one being a constituent of mine. And even though the state of Mississippi has not prevailed in at least 2 lawsuits that I'm aware of, those folks that had to defend themselves and try to keep their businesses open have not gotten their money back either, have they?
I have no knowledge of anything of that, but let me say,
But I think we paid out several $100,000 in fees to the Attorney General's office to support these lawsuits.
Let me say this. Those issues, please bring those up with the Attorney General. My guess is her staff is listening to this. That issue doesn't have anything to do with this bill. This bill is about the no longer being last for respect for our women. I say our women, sorry. Respect for the women in the state and in getting us on that same footing. if there are issues with the Attorney General and what she's doing, I say, please take that up.
This was prior, and I think the suits have been resolved, but I did have a bill last year, I believe it was in AET, that would have required the Occupational Licensing Review Board to sign off on any litigation against a private business before it was undertaken, and I never could get that through, so we still have that looming out there, that some of these boards just want to use their authority to shut a business down that's competitive to them.
And I agree, that's a problem.
It is a problem.
And that needs to stop. I agree.
And it's costing our taxpayers. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call, adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Thank you. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Sojourner, no. Chisholm, no. Branning, present. Polk, no. Hillman, no. Present. Jackson, Fraser, no, Mr. Chairman. No, ma'am? No. Black, no. Anyone else? Turner, Ford, present. Horn, present. Ms. Simmons? Senator Simmons? Are you voting no, ma'am? No? She votes no. Fraser? Present. I'm sorry, I had him as no, but present for Fraser. Anyone else? Tate, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Hill, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. We're down to Senator DeBar, 184. Pass. Chairman Parks. Chairman Parks, we're on 185, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 185 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1005, Nursing Education Incentive Program, create.
Asked to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
What this bill would allow is for the nurses, addressing the nurses shortage. The change that was made in this bill was to add the respiratory therapist. Again, this is for Mississippi, folks who live in Mississippi. This is a 5-year payback plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
A question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator Sparks?
Yes.
Senator Sojourner is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Parks. I just wanted to clarify, so this is the bill that's the loan forgiveness program for nursing student loans?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. McDaniel, no. Chisholm, no. Sojourner, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Parks. 186, Senator. 186, not filed? Okay. Not filed. Thank you. Chairman Carter. Chairman Carter, 187 through 192 retain their place on the, I'm sorry, 191 retains its place. Hold on just a second. All right, so 187, 188, 189 are retain their place on the calendar. You're on 190. We can, we'll wait if you got a second. Wait just a second. I'm going to try to get as many out as we can today. Okay, Senator Parks? Passes, okay. Senator Parks passes on 191.
Go to 191, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1351, affidavit, scrivener error, revised recording of.
Ask that Senator McCon, Subcommittee Chairman, be allowed to explain the conference report.
Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the affidavit, the scrivener's affidavit that we passed out of this chamber previously. The House did put a verse spieler in it, and they also put in some language that we had taken out. We've cleared that back up. The Chancery Clerks are back happy again because there was some language in there giving discretion to the Chancery Clerk. Being the recording secretary, they don't have that discretion. If it's presented to them, it'll be filed. Now, additionally, in this bill, if you remember early in the session, there was what was called the Good Samaritans Act for architects and engineers, and that act itself has been brought back and added to this bill as it unfortunately it kind of fell by the wayside as this all was moving forward, and it was it's very much needed in the area. If you remember what that act does, it provides a level of protection for an architect or an engineer that would go into an area after a natural disaster and would determine the basic structural integrity of a building that had been subject to that natural disaster. One of those incidences would be during Katrina, as someone would go in there and say that the building, you can go in this building and get your personal effects out of it. That would provide a layer of protection for that person in that limited time period. So I would entertain any additional questions, Mr. President. If not, I'd have a motion that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator McCon. Appreciate your hard work on this. Senator Polk, you're recognized. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Okay, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
2 p.m. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Polk. What? All right, where is Nicole? All right. Members of the Senate, certain members of the Senate which are heavily involved in current negotiation concerning the budget, and they've requested that we wait a few minutes for them to complete that transaction. So we'll recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand recess subject to call.
Recess subject to call. I anticipate it would be somewhere between 3 and 3:30. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Pardon me. I'm sorry. We have others here. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call a Rules Committee meeting 5 minutes after recess in Pro Tem's office.
Rules Committee, Senator Simmons. Senator Simmons. Senator Simmons. Sarita. Okay. Senator England. Senator England. Okay. Senator Horn. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Inquiry of the chair.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, on yesterday, during the vote on whether we would suspend the rules for further consideration of Senate Bill 2033, there was a pair entered and allowed on that vote. And as I look at the rules, two in particular, Rule number 117 says a senator who by reason of absence from the Senate chamber fails to vote on any yea or nay call made during the next succeeding legislative day of his presence file with the secretary for insertion in the journal a brief written statement stating how the senator would have voted thereon.
That's correct.
And rule number 119 says immediately following the second call of the yeas and the nays, but before the announcement of the result of the vote by the presiding officer, it shall be in order for the announcement of pairs of those senators present whose votes are not recorded, which pairs shall be entered in the journal, and for the announcement of changes of votes by those senators who voted.
That's correct.
And my understanding is that a pair can only be entered if there's a second roll call, according to this rule. And since there wasn't a second roll call on yesterday's vote, I'd like to know from the chair, in light of these two rules, if in the future it will be in order to announce a pair when there is not a second roll call.
One moment, sir. I think we always do a second roll call. Senator Horn, thank you very much. Upon review, the chair believes the rule, of course, is accurate. It says, following the second roll call. In the event there is a use of the morning roll call is requested, there would not be a second roll call. You're accurate in that case. It would be the chair's interpretation of this rule that the pair is to be allowed, and that this particular provision applies to an instance in which there would be a second roll call. Therefore, it would be the chair's position that if there was a morning roll call, you could pair. Okay?
Yes, Mr. President, even if there is not a second roll call.
That is correct. This applies to the second roll call, but I think the intent clearly of the rule is to allow a pair even in the event you were not at a second roll call and you were on the morning roll call.
So just so I'm clear, if a person is on the morning roll call and they're absent when a vote occurs, there is not an actual roll call. The final vote is taken on the morning roll call, and a member who is looking out for that person can rise and be recognized to announce a pair.
I believe so.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Anything else? Right. I'm going to make a note in my rule book as well. Apologize for the delay right now. As you know, this started with the delay in starting the negotiations, which was not the fault of the Senate. So we're looking at about 3:30. All right, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess, subject to call.
So in recess, subject to call. All in favor signify by saying aye. No, the ayes have it. Call the Senate back into session. Unfortunately, the internet is down right now. Did it come right now? Okay, we're back. We've been waiting on Mr. Greer, has been working diligently, and we now have internet back so we can start showing you the bills. One second, Mr. Clerk. Let's make sure we got it up here. We're on 193, Senate, in one moment. Senator Tate, you'd be recognized as soon, let him get the internet up. 1 second, please, sir. Okay, we good? All right. Senator Tate, you're recognized. Senate, we're on 193.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 193, House Bill 1510, and ask the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1510, elections, revised procedures regarding voter roll maintenance.
Yes, sir. I'd like to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill, Senator.
All right, so the conference report of House Bill 1510 is our Senate language of citizenship, how we treat those that are going to register to vote, that may be a naturalized citizen. The only change that we made is that if we have noticed that they aren't proof of citizenship, they only have one general federal election to get with the clerk's office. One addition is going to be in section 2 of the bill, which is lines 87 through the remainder. And what that is discussing is our election support fund. We're changing the amount of monies that are going to the counties. The counties were getting 50% of those funds. That'll be changed to 70. And so the remaining 30 would come back to the general fund. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
There's no voter roll maintenance in this bill other than this citizenship.
That's
and this is basically subject to that particular lawsuit, correct?
That's correct.
So that's all that's in this bill is the...
That and the election support fund. So what we passed, and then the election support fund, which is part of what the House passed.
And this was a lawsuit dealing with the Immigrants Alliance or something?
That's correct. And so it's the state of Mississippi along with 6 counties that are having to pay attorney's fees to, and from what we understand, this will help that go away.
Thank you.
Still getting a little bit of movement there, Mr. Clerk, on the sound system. Okay. Other questions? Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
A question, Mr.
Were
President.
you here for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Sojourner.
Just for thank you, Senator Tate. Just for clarification, because I know there's a lot of confusion among Mississippi voters. So there's nothing in this bill that stops illegal, people living here illegally from being allowed to vote. There's nothing in here that would guarantee that someone who is not a citizen could gain access to vote.
This would put measures in place for us to try to stop that. I mean, there's no guarantees that, I mean, voter fraud happens in every election, you know, but
So what exactly are the measures that are in the bill that would...
So what we would do, if you come to register to vote, whenever you fill out your application with your clerk or your deputy clerk, that person then keys in that information in what we call SIMS. That's an acronym for the statewide electronic management system. And what would happen from there is they would check with DPS to see if there are any flags for you not being a citizen. If there are, whether there is or isn't, it'll then also cross-reference with the SAFE program.
So when they're entered into SIMS, it would be the election commissioners responsible for checking with?
It would be the clerks.
Okay. And so then when they check with DPS, they're just looking for flags in the record?
That's right, and then they also cross-reference the SAFE system.
But still, when people register to vote, we're not asking them to provide any documentation that proves their citizenship.
All right, this would be getting us out of the lawsuit. That would be a violation of federal law if we did that.
Well,
I understand your
debatable.
concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Senator Jordan, you're next up on the line here. Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Yes, I have a question, Mr. President.
You, Senator Tate.
Yes, sir.
Senator Jordan, recognized.
Thank you. I don't think I've seen this bill before. What county was involved in that lawsuit?
Sir?
Name the counties for me that was involved in the lawsuit.
I know Jackson County, Leake County, Hines County. I don't have the others off the top of my head, but I know that there's 3.
It was 3?
Harrison and Scott.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator McDaniel, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Senator McDaniel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Friendly question, just trying to get to the bottom of a couple of things that I've heard people say. One of the criticisms, which I'm not sure is founded or not, seemed to indicate that this bill would federalize, quote unquote, our elections, or somehow turn some power over the federal government. Have you seen anything like that in this legislation?
This bill has had many different layers to it that have come out of that, and so I understand where someone may go to this bill, look at one form where it was, but that's not where it is now. Where it is now is it's the citizen language that we've passed out of this chamber twice, and then it's also the election support fund. That's the only thing new that comes with this bill.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And one more, you have a history. You were an election commissioner, right?
That's right.
And based on what you saw on the ground there, your work at elections, your position would be that this will make our elections safer and more secure, correct?
It would get us out of a lawsuit and also protect the integrity of our elections. Yes,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Other questions on the bill? Other questions?
There's no other questions asked for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senators requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Simmons, D. Butler, K. Norwood, Jackson, Jordan, Barnett, Thomas, Frazier, Turner, Blunt, Horn, Simmons, S. Anyone else? Hickman, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Butler, no. Butler, no. A. Butler. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Tate. 194, sir. You pass. Would you ask Senator Tate if he passes on 194 on the calendar, please? Oh, it's not filed. Okay, we're good. Okay, Chairman Fillingham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 195, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2245, Voyeurism, revised sentencing.
I would like to be given permission to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the Voyeurism Bill that we saw a couple of weeks ago. We have removed the reverse appealer, left everything else the same on the first part of the bill, which is the one you'll recall seeks to close the gap that we had from 18 to 21-year-olds using drones to spy on people and take pictures and whatnot at our college campuses. So that part all stayed the same. Now, Section 2 of the bill is the Buddies Law bill that you'll recall Senator Hill had and we had passed, and then the House didn't pass it. So we've reached agreement with them to insert Buddies Law into this conference report. And you'll recall that law requires that when a child is adjudicated delinquent of an offense involving the intentional torturing, mutilating, maiming, burning, starving to death, crushing, disfiguring, drowning, suffocating, or impaling of a domesticated dog or cat, as described in 97-14-16, the youth court shall order that child adjudicated delinquent, and that they must also receive a psychiatric evaluation and counseling or treatment for a length of time as prescribed by the youth court. And those are the two things that this conference report does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Senator Barnett, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to ask, is Part 2 germane to Part 1 of this bill?
Are you asking me?
Well, I guess I will have to do a parliamentary inquiry.
I mean,
You're asking for parliamentary inquiry, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one moment, please.
How can that be parliament? How can that be germane?
it was the new code section created.
Huh?
You might need to go tell him that.
You got a dog bill and a voyeurism bill, and I don't see how it can be germane.
It is 195. Yep. No comment.
But even if that rule came out, they can't hold this on the next. Well, I'm gonna tell them I'm gonna hold it Friday. But I ain't playing either.
But, I mean, it's not, that doesn't matter. Okay, Senator Barnett, your point of order is not well taken after, upon opinion of council and the chair. All right, where are we?
There are no other questions. I'll move adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Any other questions? Senator Barnett? For what purpose? He passes. All right, we got his question answered. All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Simmons, D. Simmons. Jordan. Jackson. Norwood. Barrett. Both Simmons, Mr. Clerk. Butler. Frazier. Butler, both Butlers. Horn. Hickman. Thomas. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Chairman. You're on 190. I'm sorry, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to enter a motion to reconsider the previous bill that was passed.
Motion to reconsider. Mr. Clerk. Okay, Chairman Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 196, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2246, search warrants, authorize issuance for sex offenses against children upon oral testimony.
And maybe I recognize to explain the conference
You
report.
recognize, explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on this one, we removed the reverse peeler. The language in it on the first section is left the Senate. And this one, again, is the one that the Attorney General's office had requested to maximize the use of their investigators in their office specifically on crimes that relate to computer crimes involving children, sex offenses against children. They have a limited number of investigators, and currently they're having to go all over the state to get search warrants and those sorts of things. So this would allow them to stay in their offices, to communicate with the judges wherever in the state that the judge may be located, and to get these warrants issued. So that part of it all stayed the same, the procedures and whatnot, as you had seen earlier. Now, Section 2 is new language. This is a pilot program for the city of Oxford, and what it does specifically for the city of Oxford and this pilot project that they're entering into with the federal government is that it allows for an application for a warrant or signature utilized by the judicial branch of state government for violation of the implied consent law shall not be denied legal effect or enforceability solely because it is in an electronic form. So many other states, I think 44 other states have this or something similar. Senator Boyd has worked really hard with all the different parties involved in the House and Senate to get this language into this bill, and that is what it does. It repeals in July the 1st of 2024, that section of the bill for this pilot project for the city of Oxford relative to this federal grant that they are working on. I believe she's had extensive talks and discussions with the police chief. He's very well qualified and is very much in support of this pilot project. And so that's what Section 2 of this conference report does. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Any questions? Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Point of order.
Will you raise, please proceed, I'm sorry.
I believe that I'd like to raise the point that Section 2 of the bill is additional language, and as a result, the conference report is not properly before the Senate.
One moment, please. Section 2. advice of counsel and review of the bill, your point of order is well taken. Senator Fillion.
Mr. President, I'd like to move to recommit item 196, Senate Bill 2246.
Move to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please proceed.
Is the option to recommit available based on the House having adopted the report?
I believe that it is. One moment.
I believe it was held on a motion, wasn't it?
Point of order is not well taken, ma'am. It'll be recommitted and taken up by the House tomorrow if they come. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a parliamentary inquiry as well.
This must be the day for it, so what?
I'm telling you, this one's important.
All right, Senator Kirby.
It really is. Thank you, Mr. President. It's my understanding that the House went home. And if so, I guess my question is that any bill or conference report, they're supposed to all be acted on today. So any that's still, well, any that was not acted on or any that were not in the suspension resolution are dead. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. One moment, I'll confirm.
Do it. A lot of them were recommitted. Some were not active. State some was not active. Stirred it up, didn't it? Well, what should we bring them up when it's dead?
I agree.
Save us an hour or two of being up here. Do a walking.
Senator Kirby, you're correct. Bills that were not taken action on will be dead. The House is adjourned for the day. Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson's not here. Where'd he go? Your light's on? Don't look at me. I didn't do it. Senator Hobson is not there, but he passes. Thank you very much, Senator McDaniel, for punching the button. Okay. Anyone else? All right, we're back on the calendar, and we're back to Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
I would like to go to item 197, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2263, adult adoptions, authorize chancellor to waive procedural requirements.
If I may explain the conference report.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the adult adoption bill. We removed the reverse repealer, so the language in the adult adoption portion is just as it was when it left the Senate. In addition, in sections 2 and 3, you have another issue that's been brought in where it simply says offenders in custody cannot petition for a name change unless they have the district attorney, the sheriff from their county, the commissioner of Department of Corrections, or the chaplain at the Mississippi Department of Corrections to file it for them. I think the idea of that one is that there were instances where offenders were trying to change their names legally so that they didn't have their criminal record follow them, so that they could try to get out of maybe, having a past record of some sort because now I've changed my name, I'm not the same person anymore, something like that. So this just says while you're in the custody of the Department of Corrections, with those exceptions I just listed of those 4 different people, allowing you to file a name change petition, that you would wait until you got out of jail until you could file for a name change. Those are the 2 things this conference report does.
Questions on the conference report?
If no questions, I move that we adopt by use of the morning roll call.
No questions. The morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator Tate, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 198, Senate Bill 2306, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2306, campaign finance reports amend provisions relating to.
I'd like to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
What this bill simply does is we just took the reverse repealer out. What this bill does is it makes full authority of campaign finance reports back to the Secretary of State's office. The only other change is if someone fails, or if a filing deadline falls on a holiday or weekend, it will be due the following business day at 5 o'clock. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I ask for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
We have a question, Senator. One moment, please. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for questions, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Does this change in any way the dates that any of these reports are due?
It will, but not for during your election reports. This would be more of your yearly reports. That question was raised and we looked into it, and so it would just be for your year-to-year reports.
Okay. And you said this will put this back under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of State?
Right now, it's kind of a mix of the Ethics Commission along with the Secretary of State.
Just because the law is vague, or has it always been that way?
To simplify it.
But has the law been that way for how long?
During our Lieutenant Governor's tenure, he had it all, so it hadn't been that long. This was requested by both the Ethics Commissioner along with the Secretary of State. So they're in agreement to do this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none? Ready for
Motion
your
is to adopt by morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? There should be a court voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Chairman Mhsaa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 199, Senate Bill 2319, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Support, authorize DHS to satisfy arrearages with unclaimed property.
I ask that Senator Bowie be recognized to explain the conference report.
This is the same language I've seen multiple times now. The House receded from their reverse repealer, and so this is the same bill as before you that y'all seen for a number of times. It gives the, what it does is it puts the treasurer working with the Department of DHS to recognize any outstanding unclaimed property. So if there's no further questions on this, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I would ask for adoption by the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Michelle. Senator Michelle, Senator Wiggins. We're on number 200, Senate.
Go to item 200, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2321, human trafficking, creates civil cause of action for engaging in or benefiting from.
Be allowed to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the human trafficking bill. In short, we've already passed it, and what it did was to create a civil cause of action against those who are engaging in human trafficking. There's a few things that are in the report. I'd say additional. One, we put in a statute of limitations. And again, what that means is you have a certain amount of time to act on it. If you don't, then it's prohibited. We added in language from the House, which talks about its lines 99 through 106, that basically it's getting at the folks, what we call the pimps, the one who are engaging in the conduct on the prostitution side. Then we also added in, we changed the name. There was a fund named Human Trafficking Fund, and that fund has been changed to, on lines 362, Victims of Human Trafficking and Commercial Exploitation Fund. And so we changed that fund, got rid of that, and renamed it to properly address what we're trying to get at. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If not, move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the fund that is set up, is the proceeds are received from the perpetrators, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other funds that go into that?
Are there any funds that go into it?
Yes.
Yes, let's see, if you look at line 359, there's forfeiture, so the funds for forfeitures, and as you probably know, if you're engaged under the forfeiture laws, if you engage in human trafficking, then property and funds can be forfeited, and that would go into that fund.
And that's I can't recall if that was in place, or have any funds, any dollars gone into that fund thus far?
I don't believe so. I'm sorry, council had the previous name of the fund, and if you look at 484, section 9, provides that the Victims of Human Trafficking Fund is repealed, and it's replaced on that. And this was all set up through when we set up the human trafficking coordinator position, and so we're tightening up that language.
Okay, thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Move adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 201, Senate Bill 2335, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2335, State Fire Academy, rule limitation on the number of emergency medical responder students trained per year.
I ask permission to have the conference report explained.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you. Members of the Senate, this bill consists of two parts. The first part removes a limitation on the number of emergency medical responders that can be trained in the State Fire Academy per year. That was the gist of the original bill. The House had put a reverse repealer in it. We have removed that reverse repealer. There's some language in another bill that got embroiled in the reverse repealer that's in section 2, beginning with line 159. There's already a fund in the state called the Municipal Fire Protection Fund, which is funded each year from our insurance premium tax. This came as a request from the insurance commissioner to help your small municipalities and also smaller counties. What we will do is put a minimum for, this is for fire protection services and for emergency medical service training, but for each municipality, they will receive at least $6,000. The remaining of the money will be based on a population formula, but that would ensure the smallest of municipalities will receive at least $6,000. It does the same thing for your counties. It requires that at least $6,000 per supervisor district or $30,000 per county be set as a floor. There are other parts of the bill that would be funded based on population in the county. So if you represent small municipalities, small counties, they will be winners in this legislation. And then if you happen to have highly populated areas, they'll benefit from the population portion of the formula. Be glad to yield any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Thank you. I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Chairman Wiggins.
Go to item number 202, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2338, DHS Fraud Investigation Unit, required to report certain suspected civil or criminal violations to the state auditor.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Simply, we just removed the reverse repealer. This is the bill dealing with or requested from the state auditor and dealing with the fraud at the DHS agency to get a handle on that. And we just took out the reverse repealer. And that's my motion.
Questions? Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure, because it's been a few weeks since we looked at this bill, and my question is there a trigger of what is considered a suspicion of, what is considered to be suspect of fraud or civil violations?
No, so
let me rephrase the question. If I'm a TANF recipient and I've got $50 more than I should have, is that going to be turned over to the state auditor's office?
No, that's not what this is dealing with.
Okay.
That's your question.
So could you tell us what it really is dealing with?
Okay, so remember, we passed this bill last year, and it was brought to us at the request of DHS to do what I'm calling an internal fraud investigation unit. And when we did that, we worked with Commissioner Tyndall and Department of DPS to handle that. And so then this bill came forward at the request of the state auditor, simply to deal with any suspicion of fraud. And if you look
is that from providers or recipients or both?
Right. If you look at lines 18 and 19, it says the fraud investigation unit shall be responsible for conducting investigations, and line 27, embezzlement or related crimes. Okay. And then in line 33, the reporting to the Office of the State Auditor of any suspected civil or criminal violations relating to program fraud, embezzlement, or related crimes. So this is dealing with, as it said, program fraud.
Internal.
Correct. Okay. And that's how it originally came about, to the credit of Bob Anderson, to bring this forward so that they could handle that internally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right. Questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Wiggins, you're on 203.
And call that up, ask the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2341, Child Support, create presumption that support continues past the age of majority for disabled children.
Mr. President, my motion would be that we recommit, the House has recommitted this bill for a reason or two.
Okay, motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 204, Senate Bill 2358, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2358, candidate filing fees, authorized parties to determine.
I would like to call on Senator Filligan to explain the bill.
Senator, you recognize to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the bill, or the conference report rather, dealing with the setting of the fees for candidates running for office in the state. You'll see that the reverse repealer that was previously in the measure has been removed. And then the compromise language with the House essentially does this. So for the governor, if you're going to be a candidate for governor, you go to your state executive committee and they will set the filing fee from between $1,000, which is the current filing fee, up to $5,000. That's on lines 18 through 21. Then for the other statewide officials, the Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, Secretary of State, State Treasurer, Auditor, Public Accounts, Commissioner of Insurance, Commissioner of Agriculture, and then the State Highway Commissioners and Public Service Commissioners, all of those folks, the current filing fee is $500. Again, the state executive committees for their respective parties would have the ability to set that filing fee anywhere between the current $500 up to $2,500. Now, everybody from lines 30 through 37, which would include state legislators, DAs, sheriffs, chancery clerks, all the county officials, those are not changed. It's the current fee is what the current fee is going to remain. So those are left alone in this language. The U.S. congressman and the U.S. senator, the executive committees would set those in a range for the U.S. senator from between $1,000, which is where it currently is, up to $5,000. And similarly for United States representative, the executive committees would set it on a range between $500, which is where it currently is, up to $2,500. And then there's a provision that limits how often that the state executive committees can make these changes, and that language is found on lines 54 through 58, and it says that they can change it no more than every 2 years. Now, when they have to make this change is by October the 1st. You'll find on line 61, these state executive committees must meet and must set these fees if they're going to change them by October the 1st of the year prior to the election, on the election being held, and must notify the Secretary of State's office to inform them if they're making any changes. Now, independents and special elections, which sort of run without party affiliations, are not addressed. They're not, changed or altered in any way. That's on line 66 through 69. And then there's a publication requirement on lines 89 through 91. It says Secretary of State must publish the fees listed in these sections no later than the 45 days prior to the qualifying period, so that a candidate will know, prior to the qualifying date, what the filing fee is going to be in their given race. For presidential primary ballots, this is in section 2, starting on lines 92 and following. Again, the state executive committees for that respective party would be able to set it in a range for the qualifying fee of between $2,500, which is what it currently is, up to $25,000. So that's for presidential candidates in the state. And then, let's see, I think that basically is all of the changes in the conference report from the current language. It does state on lines 111 through 118, the Secretary of the Property Executive Committee shall hold those funds to be finally disposed of by order of their respective executive committee, and it lists what those filing fees, those funds may be used for, as far as to paying the necessary expenses of the members of the executive committee, travel expenses, those sorts of things. So that's really the changes in the conference report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we have a number of them. Senator Jordan, I believe you were first, sir. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for what purpose?
have a question, Mr. President, to the chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
One question, why is the arrangement so, between those areas so large? Do they need that much space, time, and money to file?
I'm sorry, Senator, would you say?
Why is the arrangement so far apart, going from a small amount to such a large amount? Why is that necessary?
Well, it's a good question. I think given the specific job that you're running for instance, if you're running to be president of the United States, that obviously covers a lot more area, territory, responsibilities. I think that had the largest fee. The smaller races, not that they're unimportant, these are all important races, but the smaller the area, like a state legislative race, we didn't change at all, that's at $250. So that stays the same. So I guess the best way I can answer that is that it's a range, and of course if the state executive committee doesn't want to change it, it will just remain the way it is now. There can be no change unless the state executive committee meets and votes to change it. So if the given political party executive committee says, look, we don't want to raise these rates, they're under no obligation whatsoever to raise them. They can leave them just exactly as they are.
Oh, that's just a range that they can if they're made.
Right, it's a range up to, we started on all of the ranges at the current fee that's in the law. So we leave that ability for the state executive committee to leave it just as it is and not raise it at all. Now, if the executive committee votes to raise it, we didn't want to just leave it open-ended to just any amount. So we wanted to put a ceiling on it as to how high they could potentially go, but they're under no obligation whatsoever to raise it at all if they choose not to.
Yeah, and they don't have to reach that peak if they decide to go up a little.
They can leave it just the way it is.
All right. Okay. Clarification. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions? Senator Norwood?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Filligan, with all the deadlines in there, I just want to make sure that all of the deadlines that are set will correspond with any election that could convene. 45 days before.
Yes, sir.
All of those are.
Yes, sir. And again, as in my response to Chairman Jordan, they don't have to change it at all. If they don't want to change it, they just leave it alone. In order to change it, the executive committee would have to proactively call a meeting for that purpose, would vote to raise it within the range that's established here. They would have to notify the Secretary of State and publish that publicly so that everyone will know, and that must be done at least 45 days prior to the qualifying period starting. And they can't do it often either. We limit how often that could happen. It can be done no more than once every 2 years.
And if they fail to do it, then...
If they fail to do it or they miss the deadline, the language is specific in this report that it stays as it is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Filligan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, one last question, and we're going to have to adjourn for a few minutes.
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Hill.
All those fees for DA and Chancery Clerk and all, are those new fees or were they already?
No, ma'am.
Those are just restated?
Restating. It's in the
Okay.
same section. We didn't
Yeah.
change any of those,
Okay.
but
Just restated it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
If no other questions, I'll move adoption motion to the morning roll call.
Anyone object to use of the Senator's request to use of the morning roll call? Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Senator McDaniel is present. No. Chisholm. Senator Sojourner? Present. Present. Hill. Present. Turner. Present. Butler A. Present. Horn. Present. Butler B. I'm sorry, no on Butler. No on Norwood. No on Barnett. No on Simmons. No on Thomas. No on Frazier. Present on Seymour. No on Simmons. I'm sorry, present on Simmons. Jordan, no. No on Jordan. Hickman, no. Present, Branning. Anyone else? Jackson, no. Horn, no. All right, Mr. Clerk, you want to call the noes, please? Okay. We're going to recess subject to call 15 minutes. Recess subject to call for 15 minutes. We have some weather warnings here that are very close to us now, so we're going to recess subject to call. Mr. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate Smith.
Stand.
Good gracious. Stand in recess, subject to call of the chair in about 15 minutes.
Be about 15 to 20 minutes. All right. Got on the microphone? Thank you. And Senate will reconvene in 5 minutes. For those of you who are out in the Capitol somewhere trying to come up from call the Senate into session. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate action on today's item on the calendar 182, House Bill 719.
Motion to suspend the rules on 182, House Bill 719. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator,
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up 182, ask title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 719, compensation for certain county officials, bring forward sections pertaining to.
I'd like to explain the conference report.
Senator, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is basically omnibus county officials salary increase bill, and I will go over it. It covers everyone that we can find but election commissioners, sheriffs, and supervisors, who all three were covered in previous bills, other bills. So I will try to go over this so you can keep up with the amount of increase for each office. First is Chancery clerks, or all clerks. We will increase their upper limit, the amount that they can keep before sending money to the general fund, to $5,000. Then circuit clerks will get an increase of $2,500 after January 24 to conduct elections. Circuit clerks will get an increase of $2,500 after January 1 of 28 for other services. That will make circuit clerks be able to increase their salaries by $10,000. Tax assessors and collectors will get an increase of $5,000 effective on January 1st of 24, and another $5,000 effective January 1st, 28, for a total of $10,000. For the smaller counties that don't fall under the cap, Chancery clerks will get a $2,500 increase for attending the Board of Supervisors meetings. Currently, they get $20 per meeting, and that'll be effective in January 24. Chancery clerks will get $2,500 for other services and record keeping for the Board of Supervisors. That'll be effective January of 24. Chancery clerks will increase of $2,500 for attending Board of Supervisor meetings after effective January 1, 28. Chancery clerks will get an increase of $2,500 for other services and record keeping for the Board of Supervisors effective January 1st, 2028. A Chancery clerk then will have a total combined increase of $10,000 after January 1 of 28. Marshals, constables get this, increase their service of process, summons, and warrants and for a fee of $10 increase. Currently is $45, moving that to $55. If there are two subpoenas to be issued in one household, that currently the constable gets a $5 charge for that one if he's already serving a process. We increase that to $10. That's an increase of $5. Also, there's a fee increase from $45 to $55, which is an increase of $10. For serving all warrants and other process and attending trials and state cases, the increase will be from $2,400 per day to $500 annually. Medical examiners, coroners will get an increase from $175 to $185 per occurrence, and when they go out and make a decision, that will be effective January 1 of 24, and then in January of 28, they'll get another $10 increase, which totally will raise it from $175 to $195. So if there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, the Senator has requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Board is voting no. Present McDaniel. Present Sojourner. No Hill. Present Chisholm. Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're back on the calendar, 205.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up item 205 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2371, purchasing law, revised threshold for bid requirement to clarify use of reverse auction.
Mr. President, before we begin considering the bill, I'd like, with unanimous consent, I request that we make the following change to this conference report. Would you like me to explain?
Yes,
the change?
please.
Okay.
What is your change, sir?
What we'd like to do is the sentence that reads, we're on line 124, we're inserting the word not after the word shall. So the bill then would read, the provisions of this item number 2 shall not apply to individual public schools, including public charter schools and public school districts, only when purchasing copyrighted educational supplemental materials and software as a service product. This is a typographical error on the conference report for Senate Bill 2371.
Seeing no objections, granted, Senator. You're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, sir. The first change in this bill occurs on line 42, and it occurs throughout, changing the language. What we're doing, and we've passed this previously in another bill, that we are raising the amount of money that must be in a bid request, raising it from $50,000 to $75,000. That's the sole source type evaluation. What we have now is $50,000. Sometimes won't even buy a pickup truck, and so it's become very cumbersome to try and buy a pickup truck. So what we're doing is giving a little leeway with inflation and everything to where we go to $75,000 as the limit on that amount. Then we go to line 120. There are 2 things in this section. Excuse me. First, if you'll remember, I brought to you a bill that changed the way we did reverse auctions. When we left here last year, there was a mistake made somehow, and we had in law that no one could use reverse auction. Many entities of government want to use the reverse auction. So what this does is allows them to be able to use reverse auction if they so choose. And then, what we just changed here, if on line 124 it says the provisions of this item 2 shall apply to individual public schools, including public charter schools and public school districts, only when purchasing copyrighted educational supplemental materials and software as a service product. For such purchases, a local school board may authorize a purchasing entity in its jurisdiction to use a request for qualification which promotes open competition and meets the requirement of the Office of Purchase and Travel. That allows schools to be able to purchase educational software where there basically is maybe 1-2 vendors by using an RFQ instead of a reverse auction. That's what the bill does. If there are any questions, if not, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Questions? Seeing no questions, Senator has requested utilization of the morning roll call and or object to procedure. Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator, we're on 206.
Someone else's.
Senator Polk. Is it Senator Bryan? Senator Bryan. Sorry, I have Polk down here.
I ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2421, Physician Grant Funding from Qualified Health Center Grant Program, extended date of funding.
I move adoption of the conference report.
Sir moves adoption of the conference report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We need the morning roll call? I'm sorry, I apologize. Thought it was a motion. The motion is a use of the morning roll call. Is that correct, Senator?
Well, I was just going to say that what the underlying bill does is to extend a repealer. And when the bill to extend a repealer got to the House, they had a reverse repealer. And the conference report removes the reverse repealer from the bill. So the bill simply extends the repealer, which is all we were trying to do in the first place. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. 207, Senator Barr. You're 208? Who was 207? Okay, I got you. 208, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 208 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2424, school district employee payroll, allow monthly or bi-monthly payments.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we do adopt the conference report, and I'll be allowed to explain.
You recognized to explain?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a Senate position. All the conference report does is remove the reverse repealer. This allows school districts the authority to pay teachers on a bi-monthly basis, as well as a one-time per month. That's the explanation, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion.
Passed by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 209, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2430, state aid for construction of school facilities, bring forward sections relating to.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we recommit this bill or report for further study. The House recommitted it today before they left. So I ask for recommit by use of the morning roll call.
No, I think that's just a motion, right? Yeah, that's what I think that's just a motion, Senator. So it's just be a motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Jackson, for what purpose do you seek recognition, sir?
By unanimous consent, I'd like to be listed as a co-author to 2424.
2424, Mr. Clerk. Senator Jackson. Seeing no objection is granted. Chairman Wiggins. Chairman Wiggins. We're 210, sir. What the hell? Chairman Wiggins passes. 210 and 211 will retain a place on the calendar. Chairman Branning. We're on 212, Senate. Oh, Lord.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to number 212 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2508, and call it up. Have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2508, personal delivery devices regulate.
I'd like for Senator Boyd to be recognized to explain the conference
Senator
report,
Boyd,
please.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another bill that's been before you. The House receded in its amendment that they added in lines 36 through 40. We've gone back to the original Senate position on this, which provides for the coverage that we looked at on these electronic vehicles. And this is the electronic vehicle bill, which for those of you who are wondering what this is, these are like the things that you've seen at the University of Mississippi, the little vehicles that move around and all of that. So if there's no further question, if there's questions on this bill, and if there's not, at the proper time, I'm going to make a motion.
Any questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Just a question.
You're here for a question, Senator?
So these are driverless vehicles?
They're driverless vehicles.
But they're not like a real car, huh?
No.
They're just like a smaller version of something that moves
Smaller-
around?
Yeah, like for instance, at the University of Mississippi, they take meals to students, and you can see them all over on campus.
Do they go like on like regular city streets and highways?
No, they go on sidewalks, and those go on sidewalks and and various things, but they're not on the road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
So morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Branning. 213.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to suspend the rules and go back to item number 210.
Okay, Senator Wiggins. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. Call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
61, landlord-tenant law, revised provisions up to create procedures and protection for eviction.
Thank you. My motion is going to be that we adopt the conference report, and I'll be allowed to explain it, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you. Just by way of review, this is the law that was ruled unconstitutional by the federal judge. And it's the same bill that we had that this body passed. And just to remind you about that, it was ruled unconstitutional. So what we have worked on is to get this in a position, and it's dealing with our landlord-tenant laws. There are 4 differences in the report that was agreed upon by the conferees, and I'm just going to read over those. We worked with Senator Johnson to get what's called the omnibus bill. This is not the omnibus bill. This is 4 provisions that will tighten up the language for the landlord-tenant law. The additions to what we passed was first, at the request of the Mississippi Judicial College, it removes any reference to municipal courts who do not handle eviction actions, and it was replaced with the circuit court to provide a common forum on that. Second, the notice provisions that have to be given to the tenants, it removed the repetitive language from that notice, and the language that was in there was already required by the Mississippi Rules of Civil Procedure. 3, the report inserts language to require courts to sign and execute a judgment on the same business day that the judgment is granted. So to explain that, what that means is a judgment of possession was being given, and then there was not being executed, and that caused delays, that caused problems. And so it cleans that language up, and it makes that the tenant has 7 days, makes it clear that the tenant has 7 days to move out from the date of the judgment. And then 4th, it clarifies ambiguity in the law that that a landlord's duty of good faith to accept tender of full payment does not extend beyond the court-ordered move-out date. In other words, they have to pay it by the court-ordered date. And so those are the changes to what we passed in the Senate originally. I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, would move adoption on the morning roll call.
We have questions, sir. Senator Simmons, D. What purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. In the version that left the Senate, Senator Wiggins, there was some language that said that when the tenant is in court, if the tenant loses, he or she is responsible for the attorney fees that the landlord incurred. Is that language still in here?
That was not changed.
Is it still in this conference report?
As far as I know, yes. The conferees didn't make any changes to what left the Senate.
Could you direct
other than what I...
Could you direct me where in the conference report that language?
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Council just reminded me that what you may be referring to, there were 2 bills. One, this is not the omnibus bill at all. which this does not have the attorney's fees in it. This is what I was referring to as the skinny bill. And so that was not at all addressed in here.
So that the language that I referenced is not in this conference report?
Correct. The things that I went over, those four are the only things, right? The only things that were addressed, additional to the skinny bill that passed.
Okay.
And council's clarifying that no, the attorney's fees language was not addressed.
And so as I understand it, with Judge Mills' ruling, there were certain things that he wanted us to address that was in the bill that you sponsored, that passed.
Correct.
And the four things that you presented in your presentation about the conference report are additional things that will be included in this conference report?
That's correct.
Okay.
That are non-controversial, that simply clean up, as I explained there, the language. And turn up things that had problems that honestly led to some of the issues with the, found by the judge.
Just one or two more questions. I know I got a lot of calls about the judgment of possession and what happens with a tenant's property after the judgment of possession and how that is disposed of. Could you direct me in the conference report where that language is?
Okay, again, that wasn't changed from when we passed. Let's see. Okay, if you look at basically starting at section 14,
okay,
where it talks about the affidavit having to be filed and tells the tenants what they do. Then you look at line 396, where it talks about if the landlord seeks possession based on non-payment of rent, you do not have to move out if you pay all the sums owed, and it goes into talking there, line 400. If you move out by the date ordered, leaving property behind, then the landlord may dispose of such abandoned property without further notice. And then 409, you will have 72 hours after your removal by law enforcement to take your other property. So all that, and that's notice that is given to the tenants that tells them, and if, just to explain a little bit, that was the problem in the federal case, that the property was disposed of and the court found it was unconstitutional.
And thank you so much, Chairman Wiggins, for your work on this, and also Senator Johnson. My last question, could you speak or show me where the jurisdictional language is? I know that the jurisdictional limit of justice court was like 3,500, and there was a concern that when something is owed more than the jurisdictional limits of justice court, where do you go? Do you go to county court?
Well, we're replacing that in line 356 with county court, county and circuit court.
356?
Yeah. So if you look there, line 355, 356, shall be removed from the premises by the justice court judge, county court judge, or circuit court judge in the following cases, and it goes on.
So these actions can no longer be brought in municipal court?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, Senator Branning.
Thank you so much, Senator Wiggins, for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Senator Branning, you have a question?
Question, please,
You
Mr.
yield,
President.
Senator Branning.
In one of these versions, we had some language with regard to RV parks. Do you know if that made it into this version?
It did not. That was in the omnibus. We had some discussions about it, but no, that's not in here.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions?
If no questions, my motion is move passage on the morning roll call, adoption of the conference report.
Senator Wiggins moves that we adopt by use of the morning roll, adopt conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. I'm sorry. Present, Senator Derrick and Senator Frazier. Present. Okay. Anyone else? That's all. Please record all others as voting aye by use of the morning roll call. Conference report's adopted. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go back to item number 213. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2509, outdoor advertising signs, revised height limit provisions.
The conference I'm sorry, may be allowed to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. The reverse repealer is removed in the conference report. Be happy to answer any questions. If
Okay.
not, move adoption of the conference report on a morning roll call.
Any objections, anyone? Okay, so Senator moves adoption by use morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use morning roll call as voting aye. I'm sorry, we have Tate as present. Please. Senator McMahon as present. Senator Hill as present. Seeing no others, please record all others present, voting aye by use of the morning roll call. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 214, Senate Bill number 2517. Have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2517, Commercial Motor Vehicles Authorized Voluntary Inspection Program.
Senator Branning.
I'd like to ask that Senator Sparks be recognized to explain the conference report.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2517 is what allows for a sticker to be given when a voluntary program has been entered to allow CTED to inspect your commercial vehicle, and that way you would not be stopped for random inspections. This is something we've worked with the Department of Public Safety. We've spoken with the people in the trucking and logging industry. It's something that they would be potentially interested in. It gives the Department of Public Safety the authority to promulgate rules and regulations to have this program. The bill does have a 2-year repealer in it. We have passed it before. It has the same language. This is our language for this program. It is a voluntary program, and it is something that I believe most of the individuals in the trucking industry are interested in. So I would yield to any questions, Mr. President, if there are any.
Are there any questions? We have Senator Hill. You yield Senator Hill for a question.
I yield.
Senator Hill.
I'm not real sure about how MDOT now works with commercial vehicles. I heard you mention like log trucks and stuff. I mean, they already stop log trucks for equipment violations and stuff, as far as I know, don't they?
Well, I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. CTED is the enforcement arm. There is no MDOT enforcement.
Well, not MDOT, but the people that weights and measures and the people that you see now that are under the highway patrol that handle commercial violations.
At this time, as I understand it, of course, if they witness some violation, they can certainly stop you. But they also have the authority to stop you with no violation for an inspection, a roadside inspection. If this is made into law, it would allow that trucker or logger, commercial vehicle owner, to go in voluntarily under a program that is to be set up by the Department of Public Safety, and you would bring your maintenance logs and you would voluntarily submit to this program, and they would give you a sticker that you can affix on your vehicle and your trailer, and you are not to be stopped for random inspection only. So, you know, it shows it's a safety issue and showing that in good faith you came in and you've shown your maintenance records and you want to have this sticker so that you're not going to be stopped for random inspections. But of course, if there was a violation, a strap's missing or there's some issue, you know, they still have the right to stop you for a violation.
So actually, how is somebody going to know if they got that sticker on there before they stop them?
Well, I would hope it would be something, that's part of their program, it would be something that would have to be displayed where they could see that in a manner that they would not stop them for a random inspection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Senator Polk. Do you yield to Senator Polk for a question?
I yield.
Senator Polk, recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, you may have answered this, but how often do they have to renew the sticker? Annually. It is annually, yes, sir. And they felt
That's what the Department of Public Safety had asked. That's what's actually in the statute. Of course, we've given authority for the commissioner to make and promulgate reasonable rules and regulations for this voluntary program. But it is annually, is the language. Of course, it's not mandatory, and that, I believe it's on line 27, require the inspection occur on an annual basis for participation in this program.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion.
I would move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all. Oh, Senator Hill is voting no. Anyone else? Senator Chisholm as no. Anyone else? Seeing none, please record all others present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. All right, Senator Turner forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that item 215 be called up in the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2525, Mississippi Department of Archives and History Property authorized retention of buffer and access corridor on Champion Hill property.
Senator Turner forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request permission to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
This is a matter that has been before the Senate, and it actually went to conference. Back in 2014, we authorized the transfer of land located as, well, referred to as Champion Hill, to be transferred to the National Park Service. The National Park Service, in preparation to receive the land, conducted environmental assessments and detected environmental contamination. As what has been worked out or resolved as an agreement is that a 200-foot buffer will be carved out that the state would keep, and the National Park Service would receive the remaining property at Champion Hill. And surveys have been conducted, and a legal description for the 200-foot buffer appears at pages 11 through 18 of the conference report. I will now yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? And anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's adopted. Senator Delano.
Mr. President, I would like to call up item number 216 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2530, have the title read and be recognized to explain the conference report.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2530, Department of Information Technology Services required to report ransomware incidents and revised provisions related thereto.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill that deals with ransomware. And all we did was remove the reverse repealer, and we accepted some House language that clarified timing of the reporting requirements in the bill. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll be glad to yield for any questions.
Are there any questions?
If there are no questions, I'll go for the use of the adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator, well, they popped up all at once here. Senator McCon, did you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Hobson?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Who's required to report these ransomware incidents?
All state agencies and also any entity that receives money from the state of Mississippi. So it would include school districts as well.
And to whom do they report that?
To ITS.
Are there any confidentiality issues there that need to be either ITS has in their plan or that we need to set up?
Yeah, we have a comprehensive reporting plan for all cybersecurity related issues, and it covers any of the concerns regarding the privacy issues, and that is something that we addressed in the master plan. All that this does is it requires a school district or an agency to let the state know that they have been hit with a ransomware attack, and that goes to ITS's Network Operations Center. And then from that point, they are able to take any actions that are necessary to prevent it from spreading anywhere else, but it also allows us to do a little triage, find out what exactly happened and how can we prevent it in the future.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I got it resolved.
Okay.
If there are no other questions, I'd like to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no further questions, Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 217, call it up and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2536, Offender Registry, create registry of individuals whose crime involve public funds.
Senator Fillingham.
Thank you. If you would recognize the Vice Chair, Senator England, to explain the conference report.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill has the offender registry that we passed out of here unanimously earlier this year. There was a reverse repealer that was added to it that we took out of that portion of that bill. There's also a second portion of this bill that was added when we went to conference that involves if you've had an expungement from your record, a crime expunged from your record, if you've met the qualifications to have that crime expunged, then you can regain your enfranchisement rights. So you can go back and you can register to vote. There was some complicating language on this when it came through in another form of a bill, but we've simplified it very much with the help of legal staff here and staff of Lieutenant Governor's office. If you look on lines 192 to 198, that's basically the meat of what we do to allow people that if you've had a crime expunged and you don't have another disenfranchising crime on your record, that you can submit a voter registration application, prove that you've had your record expunged and get your enfranchisement rights back. That is what the conference report does. If there are no questions, I would move that we adopt this conference report by use of the roll call.
Senator McCon, do you have a question?
It's really me this time, Mr. President. Just a quick question.
Do you yield, Senator McCon?
I yield to a quick question.
Quick question.
You yielded.
So if you were one of these people that got put on this list and then ended up with an expungement, would you be removed from this list then as well?
No, the list, if you look at the first part of the list, and that's a part of the bill that we passed in here unanimously earlier this year. If you
with a reverse repealer, though.
With a reverse repealer. We didn't pass it with a reverse repealer. It was added. We passed a clean bill because it's a good bill. But what it does is if you do not pay back your fines and retribution and anything that you owe from having stolen from the state or a county or municipality, then you wouldn't be eligible for expungement anyways. You haven't paid that back. Oh, I'm sorry, if you're expunged, you can't come off the list. Expungement has no bearing on that.
Okay. And would you have to petition to come off that list then?
You would petition to come off the list, but you can only petition to come off the list if you have, again, paid back the monies that you owe the state, plus any fines or retribution that's owed.
And that petition would not be through like circuit court or anything like that? It would be
directly
to you?
It would be directly to DPS. Did you say to me? It's not to me. to DPS. DPS is the one that...
I guess what I'm asking is we're not looking at another $147 filing fee, an attorney to do a petition. They could just contact DPS, advise we've done this, swear to it, and that would work.
That's correct.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. It wasn't very quick, but you're welcome.
Senator Hobson. No, sorry, Senator Sparks.
Oh, man.
A question.
Yeah, well, I'll yield.
Do you yield for a question?
Dealing with the second part, talking about the expungement, looking at the 1971 is typically referred to as the expungement section that covers felonies, because there's actually a misdemeanor process for justice court in the code and a misdemeanor process for municipal in the code, but those are for misdemeanors. I don't know of any misdemeanors that are disenfranchising. Are you aware if there are any misdemeanors that are disenfranchising?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. And I just want to make sure if we're trying to cover the base of making sure people can vote, that we
don't miss a class of stuff, because this is only one expungement section.
That's right, it's just the one section, and if you'll note on lines, this obviously isn't a change, but lines 131 to 132, it says, however, a person is not eligible to expunge a felony classified as follows, and it lists certain felonies out there. So yes, this is just the felony portion.
Right, understood. Well, sure, but the first section starts talking about misdemeanors, but this section does not broaden what can be expunged at all.
I've just been informed by a counselor that misdemeanors aren't disenfranchising crimes anyways, which I believe you said at the first part of your question, but.
Yes, I just want to make sure, because if we were not going to cover that base, then we were going to have a little issue there. And then, just to make sure folks are clear, this doesn't add any crimes that can be expunged. It's just clarifying that if someone gets an expungement, because the law currently reads that they're restored to the same status they were before the crime occurred, and our goal is just to make sure that that also is as it affects their disenfranchising event, since it has now been erased.
That's correct, and that's exactly what the purpose of this was. For someone that has had their record expunged, they don't have any other disenfranchising crimes on their record. Obviously, the purpose of an expungement is to clear that from your record, put you back in the position you were before, and if you were able to vote before, it stands to reason that you should be able to vote again after you've had your record expunged.
And so, one last thing, and because there were several bills out here that did this, and I realize they've jumped in your bill. So I understand this was not your bill.
That's right.
But there was language that almost made it automatic upon an expungement that you were registered to vote. This still requires you to go through the same process anyone registering to vote would have to go through, and they would still have to meet that criteria above and beyond the expungement, correct?
That's correct, and that was one of the concerns, and that language was taken out and the bill was simplified. There was some debate as to whether or not the language did that. We felt it may have done that, and we didn't want that as part of the bill, so we did take that out.
All right, thank you for taking my questions.
You're very welcome, Senator Sparks.
Thank you. Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I think my question,
You yield to Senator Hill.
I do yield.
I think most of my question just got answered with Senator Sparks' line of questioning. It creates no new expungements. It's just the things that you can do now. You just have to go through that process, then get your voter application and submit that, and.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Senator England, I see no further questions. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Mr. President, my motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No is Senator Tate, Senator Hill, Senator Seymour. Present. Senator Hill was present. Tate, Senator Tate, were you present, or you're no? Okay. Okay, please. Senator Chisholm, no. Present? Senator Chisholm, present. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, except for those that are voting present or no. Please, let's see. Seeing none, anyway, the conference report's passed. So, right? Yeah, all right, where are you?
I'd like to go to item 218, call it up and have the title read, Mr. President.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2543, Department of Public Safety, revised provision related to.
The motion is going to be that we do adopt conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator England to explain the report.
Senator England, recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've kind of all referred to around here as the omnibus DPS bill that cleans up a lot of things. We've dealt with it before. It was a long, lengthy explanation that I had in here earlier this session. It feels like it was about 2 years ago, but it was just a couple months ago. We then, the House made a few changes, and we went to conference on this bill. When we did, one of the major changes that came out of this bill, if you remember, we discussed previously the possibility of having life insurance policies for officers. There was some concern with appropriations, with spending, and how much that was going to cost So that was taken out for now. It's honestly something I hope we can come back and look at because I think it would help DPS attract new officers by offering them that benefit of a life insurance policy. But it is not in this bill as it currently sits before us. You'll remember the House also added the language earlier this year that said that any officer-involved shootings are to be investigated by MBI and that the Attorney General will handle those cases. The other thing that has been put into this bill, and it's my understanding it was just inadvertently left out of another bill, deals with coroners and medical examiners' pay increases. The increase is I guess what I would call a step-up gradual increase as opposed to a repealer. It adds new language over the course of a couple of years, and you'll find that if you look at lines, you'll find it first on line 200, where it says, through December 31st, 2023, this section shall read as follows. That increases pay to $175 per medical report or per the required report. And from and after January 1st, 2024, which is lines 241 to 242, the increase is to $185 at that time. That is an explanation of the bill or of the conference report. If there are no questions, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
I certainly yield.
Okay, glad to see that you got the medical examiners put in there and the coroners. My question is, you talked about the DPS, giving more money to DPS, and we talked about Capitol Police. I'm extremely concerned about giving raises to some of these Capitol Police that are under DPS now. Where is that at? I know that's not in this bill, but you mentioned it. Do you know what the plans are for?
Yes, and I'm sorry. And I was, now that I think back, I was, probably my statement was misleading.
Okay.
It was left out of the county officials that were given the raises. It just fit here better. So it wasn't to give, there wasn't, at least not as part of this bill or any bill that I've worked on.
But there's a bill floating out there somewhere that we talked about increasing the number of Capitol Police and giving them a raise, correct?
I believe so. I'm not.
And that's probably a better question for Senator Hobson. But this was just for the medical examiners and the coroners.
That portion of this bill, yes. And the rest of it was cleanup language. Again, we call it the omnibus bill because it moved some different departments that we had already moved into DPS. It puts them here in the code. It gives them the same protections that other employees are afforded. It allows medical examiners to appear with language that we all worked out to appear remotely if they could, and also to have have expert fees where applicable.
Okay. I thank you for the explanation. And once this is passed, I want to ask to be a co-author.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's adopted. Senator Hill, you wish to be recognized?
He added as a co-author, unanimous consent to be added as a co-author.
Senator Hill requests to be named as a co-author. Anyone object? Seeing no objection, Senator Hill will be named as a co-author on Senate Bill number 2543. Okay, Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 219, called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2545, detached catalytic converter, prescribed criminal penalties for purchase unless certain conditions are met.
The motion is going to be that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator Thompson to explain the report.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a conference report for Senate Bill 2545 is in essence, the catalytic converter bill that this chamber adopted just a few weeks ago. However, during conference, we did make some changes to address some ongoing negotiations that were going on between the Secretary of State and the Scrap Metal Dealers Association. So I'm just going to go through those quickly and answer any questions you guys have, as those are different from the bill that this body passed out of here just a few weeks ago. So down on lines 183 to 189, we added the Secretary of State examiner to the list of people who can inspect the scrap metal dealers. That was something that the Secretary of State's office needed in order to enforce this section. We also cleaned up some language throughout. You'll see several deletions, for example, on 196, 199, 201, after the term scrap metal dealer, which is a defined term in this section. There was existing language that had or other purchaser. Since that didn't really mean anything, we deleted that duplicative language throughout. Down on lines 242, we added a section 6 that provided for dealer-to-dealer transactions. That was something that the scrap metal dealers wanted, and the Secretary of State was amenable to provide for transactions from dealer to dealer for scrap metal purchases. Down on line 325, this was something that came in from I believe it was AT&T, and this is specific to copper telecommunication wire. This is wire that someone may steal from a job site or a roadside where you see them burying wire. They wanted the ability to, number one, not get not have that stolen wire sold, and had the ability to recover it. So that was acceptable to the Secretary of State as well as scrap metal dealers. Going through on lines, and I believe this was in our other bill, but going through starting in section 17 on line 368 down throughout, you can see for example, the $15,000 on lines 378 and $20,000 on line 389. Those are increases in the penalties for violation of this provision. Section 2 starts on line 408. This was the scrap metal dealer registration. One change here of note, starting on line 437, the original language required that any prior convictions that would be considered by the Secretary of State for registration of a scrap metal dealer, that those prior convictions be specific to scrap metal. This deleted that requirement and broadened it to any felony or misdemeanor offense involving fraud, dishonesty, or deceit within 5 years before the application. Flipping back to lines 528, section 3, that's 9717 71.2. That's again existing language specific to sale of HVAC copper metal. And the only real change there was to delete the mailing requirement for the check. So the idea being they would still have to have all the registration of the purchase or the transaction with the scrap metal dealer, but the scrap metal dealer can pay them by check immediately without a mailing requirement. And then 71.3, is section 4, that's new language starting on 572, and that is the actual specific to catalytic converters. And again, this is an attempt to tighten the market for the resale of catalytic converters that may have been stolen, to try to dissuade those who would steal catalytic converters and sell them from offering them for sale. And so again, this makes it unlawful for anyone to purchase or acquire a detached catalytic converter unless the purchaser is a scrap metal dealer, the sale or transfer of the catalytic converters happens at the scrap metal dealer's place of business, purchaser maintains all the information that's required under the existing scrap metal dealer law, and one or more of the following apply. Either the converter or part thereof is purchased by the scrap metal dealer on an existing vehicle, the catalytic converter or part thereof is purchased in a dealer-to-dealer transaction, or from a newer used motor vehicle dealer, an automotive repair service provider, a manufacturer, or vehicle demolisher. And then if none of those apply, then the seller of the catalytic converter must provide the purchaser with all of the following information, namely the name of the person who removed the converter, the name of the person for whom the converter removal was completed, make and model of the vehicle, and the VIN number for the vehicle, as well as a copy of the driver's license or other identification card for the seller. And that is an explanation of the bill, or the explanation of the conference report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, I move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Senator Whaley, do you have a question? Okay, he yields.
Yes.
Senator Butler, Kevin Butler. You have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield to Senator Butler.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Could you go over that one more time?
Okay, Senator Hill. Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I promise mine is very simple.
Okay.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Yes.
Senator Hill.
Where the bill references telecommunications, copper, wire, in several places, that includes like wire that somebody would steal out of a electrical substation, or house wire, like this electrical wire that's in a house. Would that include that?
Well, no, this is specifically to, if you look on lines 325 down through, 328, it's specific to copper telecommunication wire that would belong to a telecommunications company.
Okay, and this might be a question for council. Don't we already have a statute similar to this for other copper wire that they, out of houses and what have you?
For other copper?
Yes, okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Senator Turner forward. You have a question? Senator Thompson, will you take a question? Senator Thompson. You have a question, Senator Thompson.
I apologize, Senator Ford.
Thank you, Senator Thompson.
You yield, Senator Turner forward?
Yes.
Senator Turner forward.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. My question is, when the bill was originally passed, it was to regulate the transfer or theft of catalytic converters?
That's correct. And we had these code sections open in our original bill. Just when we went to conference, there were several different catalytic converter bills that had been introduced this year. This was the only vehicle that survived. And so we worked with Secretary of State's office, Scrap Metal Dealers Association, Telecom, specifically AT&T, to make sure that the concepts that were in some of those other bills were incorporated here to the extent that they were agreeable.
And are we now using this vehicle to expand, I guess, the regulations as it relates to, is it scrap metal dealers? Is that who we're regulating?
Well, sections 1, 2, and 3 of the bill, which are code sections 97, 71, 97, 17, 71, 71.1, and 71.2, those are existing law. 71 being the scrap metal dealers. I'm sorry. 71 being the scrap metal dealers, 71.1 being the registration, 71.2 being the HVAC regulations, and those are current law. The only new law is section 4 of the bill, which is 71.3, that is specific to catalytic converter sales.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted.
Seymour.
Senator Seymour?
Present.
Okay, you got that? All right, Chairman Fillingane? Pass and retain item 19, Senate Bill 2545.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Didn't check it off. 2020, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. Go to item number 220, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2620, Public Records Award Attorney's Fees for Duplicative Requests.
Senator Wiggins.
Be allowed to explain the conference report, and my motion will be that we adopt the conference report.
Okay, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you. It removes the reverse repealer. Any questions, be happy to answer.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves to adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins.
Yeah, go to item 221, call that up, Mr. President, I asked that item 221 remain on the calendar, and we pass over that.
Pass and retain that
Pass
item.
and retain, yes. And Mr. President, I would like to say, I think that concludes the work of Judiciary A, and I want to say thank you to the subcommittee chairman, and particularly Ethan, for all the work that he did for our committee. So thank you to everybody, appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins, for all the work that you've done. 2022. Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 222 and have the title read and be allowed to explain the report.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2649, Mississippi National Guard retired list, clarify placement of federally recognized officers or men on.
Senator Seymour.
The conference report, all that was done was the House receded from their amendment number 1, which was a reverse repealer. There was no language change. If there are no questions, I move for adoption by final roll call, morning roll call.
I got you. Any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll calls. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll calls voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Mhsaa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 223, Senate Bill 2669, and ask the title be read.
Item 223, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2669, insurance company licenses perpetual until revoked or forfeited.
Senator Mhsaa.
I'd like to explain the conference report, please, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. This is about a simple bill. I'll try to make up for some of Thompson's time that he took. We've agreed to the Senate position and simply remove the reverse repealer in this bill. It passed the Senate. This is a bill requested by the insurance commissioner to streamline their operations. Be glad to yield any questions.
All right, guys.
Move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, you have a question. You yield, Senator Hill.
Real simple question.
Yes. You yield, Senator
This
Hill.
might be out of your wheelhouse, but
Senator Hill.
we're going to make these licenses perpetual. I think it's probably a good idea to do that. And I think maybe some of these other chairmen might ought to look at some of these other licenses that people have to continuously pay to renew and renew and renew. I think this is a good start on what you're doing.
Well, they still have to renew them. It's just that it will prevent the insurance commissioner from having to do mailings and do most of it electronically.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It could be probably be a good model for some other agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by the use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. We'll go to item 224. Senator Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 2700 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2700, University Construction Projects, extend repeal or authority of IHL Board to administer.
Senator Parks.
Asked to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
I'd like to start you at Section 2. Section 1 it remains the same, the old language, original language. Where the new language comes in is in Section 2, and what it is addressing is it's 10 million ARPA funds that will be given to the private universities. That is the new language. The House added this into the bill when it was over in their chamber. These funds will be distributed to the 7 private universities, and how this will be done will be based on the full-time equivalent student calculation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Senator, you wish for adoption? Oh,
Move
Senator
adoption.
Horn. Senator Horn, you have a question?
Yes, question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Horn.
Yes, sir.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
You did that reluctantly, Senator. So the $10 million, and you said the formula is what?
It is the full-time equivalent student calculation that will be used.
So basically enrollment.
Yes.
Okay, and do you have a breakdown of what each of the private institutions will be getting?
I do not. You know, it's based on enrollment. Full-time student will be considered as one, a part-time student will be as a half, and an online student is a quarter. I have no idea how it will break down. I do not.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Motion, Senator.
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Well, the board just let up on you, Senator. I hate to tell you that, but we have a few questions. Senator Blunt, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Blunt, for a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on the formula that Senator Horn asked about, I know that Senator Polk came up with what I thought was a fair way to deal with these independent colleges. Do you know if this is the same formula that we passed? Okay,
It's
good.
the
Thank
same
you.
formula. Yeah.
Okay, Senator Sparks? No. Senator McCon? No. Okay, Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Norwood.
I do.
Senator Norwood.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Parks.
Yes.
The IHL would be the administrative entity for the funds that will be going to the private colleges as well. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay. I think that's all the questions. So now, again, you've already made the motion. Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. Next, Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to Senate Bill 2723, call it up, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2723, Office of Workforce Development, revised provisions regarding appointments to SWIB funds and collaboration.
Senator Parker.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report, and then following that, explain some conference report unanimous consent corrections I'd like to make.
Okay, you're welcome, or recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. You'll remember this is the appointments bill for the Office of Workforce Development. Worked hard to try to come up with language that the governor, the speaker, the House, and the Senate could all agree on, and could not find anything they would agree upon, so we removed that entire section from the bill. We tried to put some language in there to try to reorganize the pots of funding for the agency, and could not, so we removed that section from the bill. We did settle on giving the Office of Workforce Development more flexibility in how they use the Mississippi Works funds, and we did settle on requiring the office on items over $5,000 to have a bid process in place. This also has some language that Senator Hobson mentioned in an appropriation bill earlier that makes clear that the that the MDES UI index will not be affected by COVID, and allows collaboration between DHS and corrections. So that's an explanation of the conference report, and now I'd like to explain some Scribner errors in the bill. If you could put those on the screen, Mr. Clerk. So as the bill went through on the House side, the House drafter noticed that in the bill itself there was some deleted language that was not showing in the system itself, and so they reinserted that just so everyone would see what was removed. There were a couple other little errors that did not show up in the first drafting of the bill. Again, no change to the code section. And then in section 47.541, we passed the bill yesterday with some changes to the Department of Corrections. Because that code section was active in the bill, we're also making that correction in the language as well. So my request would be unanimous consent to make those corrections to the bill to prevent us from having to recommit to go back to make those errors. So that would be my first motion, Mr. President.
Senator moves, all right, request unanimous consent for the corrections. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, Senator Parker.
If there are no questions, I move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Okay, Senator Blunt, did you have a question? Okay, seeing no further or any questions, Senator Parker moves that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Nope. Anyone object to the procedure? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to Senate Bill 2700.
No objection to be added. Please add Senator Blunt. Senator Jackson? Sir. Turn his mic on, please.
I'd like to be added as a co-author.
Please add Senator Jackson as a co-author as well. Okay, seeing no others, I guess we did ask for more. Okay, Senator Bryan, you recognize.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2725, medical records require healthcare providers to provide within 30 days of patient's request.
Senator Bryan, you recognize.
I move adoption of the conference report. The
Would you
Senate
like-
passed this bill which says within 30 days of a request, a hospital has to provide medical records to a patient. The conference report simply says the patient or the patient's representative. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator Bryan moves that we adopt the conference report by the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Would anyone like to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Item 227, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2735, freestanding emergency room revised definition to include rural emergency hospital.
Senator Bryan.
I move the conference report be adopted, and I ask the chair to recognize Senator Suber.
Senator Suber, you recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, we currently have 11 counties in this state that do not have an emergency room. What this conference report will allow is up to 5 of those counties to open an emergency room. The restrictions will be, you have to be at least 15 miles away from the nearest hospital-based emergency room, and it obviously must be in a county that doesn't have one. And that is essentially the bill. Anybody have any questions?
Senator Hill, do you have a question? Do you yield Senator Hill for a question?
It's simple.
Senator Hill.
Do they still have to get a CON, or is this exempting them from getting a CON?
This does not affect the CON at all. They don't have to get one.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You don't have to have a CON.
You don't have to have it?
No,
This
ma'am.
just grants them the authority to go ahead and put them in?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think we need to look at doing that for some other things too, like some GI associates and some other people that are wanting to come into different areas.
I don't disagree with you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 228, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2739, non-emergency medical transportation providers will require permit and set certain standards related to such service.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Parker to explain the conference report.
Senator Parker, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. You'll remember this as a bill we passed that just put some requirements on people who are transporting people for visits to doctor's offices and other things like that. One change that we did make in the conference report is we put a provision in there to add an extra year for anyone providing these services to come into compliance. There was concern that with the implementation of this, there wouldn't be enough time to create that, so it gives them till the summer of next year to do so. That's an explanation of the conference report. If there are any questions, be glad to answer them. If there are none, move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question? Do you yield to Senator Norwood?
Certainly.
Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. Who will be responsible for regulating that?
DHS, Department of Health. Not DHS, Department of Health.
Department of Health.
Yes, and on line 28, department means the State Department of Health.
So the individual, the transportation, individual that's providing the transportation would be licensed or certified through Department of Health to provide.
If you look at lines 45 through 48, the department will adopt rules and regulations for permits. So the Department of Health will be the body that's issuing the permits per those regulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator Norwood.
Senator Hill, you have a question?
I do have a question.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Certainly.
Could you give me some examples of this non-emergency transportation that would be required to get the permits from the health department? Can you give me some examples of what type of transporters these would be?
Yeah, so anyone who is picking someone up to take them to an appointment. So in my office, we regularly have people who are brought who have Medicaid or other services like that, who are not able, who may not have a car, who come in for an eye exam. And so they're picked up and brought by someone. And so this permitting process would make sure the people who are doing that have had some ID check and fingerprint and look at their sex offender registry, other things like that to make sure that the people who are being transported by someone who's qualified and not endangering them in the process.
So right now, do they even have to have a commercial license now for these transports?
It's very, very poorly regulated, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, I think you've answered my question.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator moves we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Go to item 229, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 229, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2810, state employees provide the terms and conditions for state employees to engage in telework.
Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I move we accept the committee report, conference report, and I'd like to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the telework bill. The peer committee looked into this during the COVID episode and determined that we need a little more refining of the rules to be able to do telework from home. Understand that many agencies found that their productivity went up using telework, and also they were able to monitor what work was being done more accurately. So it's turned into a pretty good process. So here are the way we're going to ensure that the work gets done and that the state of Mississippi and its citizens are able to get in touch with agencies. First, we're going to establish the rules under which the state service employees under the State Personnel Board can engage in telework, which is work from home. It'll give the State Personnel Board the authority to set policy on telework and authorize agencies to use telework. It will require agencies seeking telework to establish that such is in the best interest of that agency. It requires that agencies establish procedures for protecting our confidential information that they may have. It requires that employees sign an agreement setting out the standards of oversight and other protocols to ensure necessary access to coworkers and clients. It establishes work schedules and requires the State Personnel Board to report information on agencies using telework to peer and the appropriations and AET committees. The one thing we want to do is make sure we've done this right, so this has a repealer for July 1, 2023. If there are no questions, use the morning roll call for passage.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. We'll go to item 232. Is that right, Senator? Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 232, Senate Bill 2879. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2879, Mississippi Voting Modernization Act enact.
Senator Tate.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
This is practically the same bill that we passed out of this chamber earlier this year. The only difference in it is that we changed the department that's going to actually administer the funds from DFA to the Secretary of State. And we also gave further detail where all these funds could be spent if a county has already switched over to paper machines. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Tate moves that we adopt the conference report by the, oh, we do have a question. Senator Butler.
Yeah, just one question. I think we talked.
Senator Butler?
I do, absolutely.
Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Senator. Just one question now. I think we talked about this and you were saying that some counties may have already purchased equipment, then they can be reimbursed. Is that correct?
That's right. So they will be reimbursed just like those that haven't. And this specifies in the bill what all they can purchase, such as software, hardware, electronic poll books, maintenance on machines. There's a lot of things that these counties will be able to use these funds to go to good.
Okay, so is there a limit on the amount of money they can be reimbursed?
It'll be the same whether they've switched over or not. So if your county is already done with switched over, they're not going to be penalized, not a single penny, as opposed to those that have not.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
There's no other questions asked for passage on the morning roll call.
Okay, seeing no other questions, Senator Tate moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's been adopted. We'll go to item 233, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is to suspend the rules and take up item 184.
Senator DeBar moves that we suspend the rules, go back to item 184. All in favor? Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 881, University-Based Programs of Education for Children with Developmental Disabilities, revise certain provisions.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you recognize Senator Boyd to explain the conference report.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain.
The bill that you have before you sets forth the parameters on how a university-based program serving children with significant developmental disabilities, complex communication needs, significant language or learning deficits will coordinate and work with the child's school district. There's two universities that are particularly involved in this. It's USM has DeBar and the Children's Center, and then Mississippi State has the TK Martin Center. The language in the bill makes sure that the university-based program in the state stays compliance with IDEA and all federal regulations and procedures. It lays out a process on how the child can be allowed to enter that program, how they will report the student progress or lack thereof back to the education agency, and then how they will review the child's individual education plan. I'm happy to take questions on the bill.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill. Senator Hill.
What were they doing wrong to need this piece of legislation?
Well, actually, it started out with IDEA and some funding issues, the way that we had their language originally set up, the process went, there were some problems that came in with the feds in the fact that we were directly funding those university-based programs, and instead they had to go back to funding the local education agency, and then they had to have MOUs on each child that facilitated each individual contract. So it was a lot more cumbersome on the university-based programs to do that. What we've done by going back and amending this bill is they will still comply with the federal law. The child will have their IEP. They will go through the process of seeing if the child's appropriate to go through that, least restrictive environment, all of the things that the federal law requires. But this will allow them to receive funding directly from the Department of Education when it's appropriate.
So when it's appropriate, that's what my concern is if the Department of Education is going to fund them. That's my grave concern.
The Department of Education, this is actually, Senator Hill, why this process took so long for us to actually work out, but the Department of Education will be funding them. And this is what this kind of lays out with this process. A lot of this that has to do in here is because the feds came in and said, we've got a problem with the way that we were previously doing it. And so now we have laid out all the processes that are required, we feel like in IDEA, and so now it allows the Department of Education to directly fund those programs.
Prior to this bill, was the money being sent directly to the university programs, or was it, where was it coming from?
So it was going originally to the university-based programs, and then the feds came down and said, y'all can't do that anymore, so it was requiring MOUs with each child, with each district. And if you notice here, we really have 3 programs. So this will make it a lot easier for them to communicate, for them to operate. And this is a bill too that there's been a lot of hours and time spent by everybody making sure kind of the language works and going through the federal, going through OSEP to make sure everything works.
Okay, are the universities going to have to, are the employees that are currently working going to have to get any more training or certificates based on this language than what they already have, the ones that are working at DeBard and the place at MSU?
We actually have facilitated all of that we have laid all of that out in the bill, so it will help ease the process, actually making sure that the speech language pathologists and audiologists and those that are working with them can be considered those child's primary teachers.
So without them getting any more education or certification, they can be considered their primary individual teachers?
Yes, if you look in line 62 through that.
So we're not going to require them to get Mississippi teacher certification?
No, if you look in line 62 through, I believe 69, that paragraph covers all of that information.
Okay, that was just my concern, is that I didn't want to put anybody out of work with this bill and have to restart over. And hopefully we won't have any problems with the funds flowing through the Department of Education to go to these institutions. Do they have to go to the child's school first? Is it going to be like a 2-stop process, go to the Department of Education, then to the local school that the child would be attending, and then to DeBard?
No, my understanding of the way the funds will flow, it'll flow directly from the department to like DeBard.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Fillingham, do you have a question?
Huh?
Yeah, you yield Senator Fillingham for a question. Senator Fillingham.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boyd. I appreciate all the time that you and Senator DeBar put into this. I just wanted to circle back with you and publicly make sure that the DuBard folks who've worked so hard on this, I know there were lots of changes, stops and starts along the way, but I take it that you have worked with them and they are all on board and happy with this compromise language.
We did, and we did add some provisions in here, and everybody's happy with this. We added some provisions that we felt like had some concerns that might down the road not get OSEP, and we really put some communication issues in there with the school district and the university-based program, all I think which are extremely parent-friendly, and making sure that everybody stays on the same page with actually knowing what this child's progress is.
That's great, and I really appreciate you doing that. I know Senator Polk and Johnson do as well.
Questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference report with the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Vote is no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Chairman DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 233, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2887, School Boards, allow to purchase electric vehicles for student transportation.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we do adopt the conference report. I'll be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just, the House just removed the repealer on this. This just allows school districts to utilize electric vehicles if they so choose. That's the explanation of the report, Mr. President, and I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
A question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator, you're recognized.
We typically know electric vehicles are more expensive than traditional gasoline vehicles. Is there some type of incentive that the school districts are going to get for purchasing these? I mean, is this part of some type of federal incentive package to give them authority? Because, I mean, I don't want them using part of their budget where they could buy a gasoline-powered car to pay twice as much for an electric car.
It's my understanding that there's some federal programs out there that incentivize districts to purchase these electric.
Incentivizing them to purchase electric cars?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator England, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question? You're
Yes.
recognized, Senator
Yes, I
England.
do.
Thank you. Chairman DeBar, I don't think your bill addresses this, but I wanted to ask anyways. Would these school districts be able to purchase these electric vehicles online since they apparently cannot go to a dealership and buy an electric vehicle here in Mississippi just yet?
I have no idea.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. That's not Senator Tate, that's Senator Sparks. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question, please.
Were you Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Chairman, it just says electric vehicles. Is that cars,
That's vehicles. That's
trucks,
vehicles.
semis,
That's vehicles.
school buses?
Vehicles.
But in all legitimacy, do we define electric vehicle? Because when I think of electric vehicle, I think of something you have to plug into the wall. You got to plug in somewhere. And I'm in a very serious question. Do we define electric vehicle? School bus?
We do not.
Okay. And you were asked a question about rebates. As I understand it, the federal government subsidizes electric cars to the tune of $4,500 per individual car. I would hope if our school districts are buying these cars, they would be able to get the rebate that someone else would get when they go online and order one to the state of Mississippi, which is legal and which does happen, and which would be a violation of the Dormant Commerce Clause if we said they couldn't have it. But the question is, are we going to make sure that our districts get $4,500 rebates?
You know, we have a local rule policy, and I think we can leave it to the districts to seek out and purchase the vehicles they find most appropriate. And the boards are held accountable by elections or appointments. And until I hear or become aware of any issues with the purchase of these electric vehicles, I'm going to trust my school districts to go ahead and do what they got to do.
Okay, well, I hope they search the companies that have not yet produced 200,000 or more electric vehicles like Tesla, because Tesla doesn't get the $4,500 credit anymore because they've exceeded the 200,000. But Rivian does make delivery trucks. They're making them for Amazon. So we could see the school districts utilizing this. I just want to make sure, because this is a different model wherever you buy them from. And one of these days, the good folks in California and Texas and everywhere else are going to have to figure out how they're going to charge their little car when the electric grid already fails them and rolling blackouts. So there's a lot of questions, but I would hate to know on a cold morning in Tishomingo County that my electric bus wasn't ready to roll. But thank you for your work on this bill.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Any other questions? Senator Barr, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move for adoption by use of the morning roll
Use
call.
of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Parks. Senator Seymour? No. On the last bill, I'm sorry, missed your hand signal. Senator, no. Everyone else, that's good. Senator Park. We're on 234, sir. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 2893 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2893, Jackson State University authorized public-private partnership to develop property owned by foundation.
I ask to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
Everything stayed the same in this bill. It's the same one you've seen multiple times, with the exception of there were 3 lines that were changed, and it's clarification is what we're talking about here. Line 10, it was worded from property to read property or property acquired by Jackson State. Line 18 was to correct and to clarify, and was reworded to on the current Jackson State ownership. Line 27 was corrected to say current ownership versus owner. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Okay. Senator Bryan.
I ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2899, Community Mental Health Centers provide that health insurers may not deny the right to participate as a contract provider.
I move adoption of the conference report. Mr. President, this bill deals with insurance companies paying community mental health centers. Community mental health centers have employees that are licensed, or some of their employees are licensed by the Department of Mental Health. And because this is not the typical license, insurance companies have been refusing to pay for these services when they would pay for the same services rendered by a different provider. This bill simply says the insurance companies have to pay the community mental health centers for their providers who are licensed by the Department of Mental Health. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Chairman Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask to call this next bill up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2913, Counties, delete the duty of the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to report to the grand jury.
Thank you. I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
All it really did was take the reverse repealer out that the House put in, and the clerks no longer have to report to the grand jury and be in contempt if they don't. They just have to make sure that all the different bills are paid in the county that they're in charge of. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions?
There are no questions. I'd move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. One moment, Senator Younger. Senator Carter had one bill we got to go back on before we get to the general calendar. Okay, Senator Carter, you're recognized. One moment, sir.
No, I thought he was telling me to come back.
No, Senator Carter. No, you're good, Senator Hill. Thank you very much. Senator Carter?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to number 187 on today's calendar. Have the title read.
187, Senate. 1 second, please. Okay, Mr. Clerk, please. I'm sorry, suspending the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on your bill. Mr. Clerk, please read it.
House Bill number 1029, Mississippi Broadband Accessibility Act, create.
It has to be recognized to explain the conference
You're
report.
recognized to explain.
All right, this is the broadband bill that we've been working on all year. All the original Senate language is in here with the exception of one very important thing. When I came before you at first, we talked about a committee compromise of the 3 appointments from the governor, 2 from the lieutenant governor that will report using public utility staff. Well, we did some more research and we found out that 28 other states have offices of broadband. What we figured out through that research was it was more fluid to create an office of broadband with $162 million coming in, multiple buckets of money. It makes more sense to have one point person for that kind of task. So what this does is it creates an office of broadband under DFA, and those are the changes to the conference report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I move adoption on the use of one roll call.
One roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Those voting no. Present? Seeing none. Senator Kirby, you're recognized. Last one, I think.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item number 159. That's the title be read.
Suspend the rules and go back to 159. 1 minute, sir.
Read the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. I'm sorry, we just got to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now we're on your bill, sir. 159. Please read, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 1509, COVID-19 vaccine mandate prohibits state and local government from imposing.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to Senator Boyd to explain the.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We took out the reverse repealer in here. This is the language that passed the Senate. This was heavily debated. I'd be happy to take questions.
Seeing no questions, you're ready for your motion, sir. Ma'am. Sorry.
Move that we approve the conference report.
Approve the conference report by use of the
Morning roll call.
There
Sorry.
you go. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. No. Horn. No. Norwood. Butler. Frazier. Simmons. Hickman. Thomas. Barnett. Jackson. Jordan. Blunt. Anyone else? Butler A. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask to suspend the rules and call up items 237 through 241.
Senator, I think we're on that. Just 1 second. Let me get back there. Yeah, you're thinking
Want to do them
motion
in a
is
block. Yes, sir.
There you go. That's it, I think. 1 second. Let me get back here.
Okay.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay. Mr. Clerk, please read it.
Senate nomination number 4, Michael Wayne, Michael Lassiter Jr., Brandon, Mississippi, Director of the State Fairgrounds Complex, term effective November 1st, 2021, and appointee shall serve at the will and pleasure of the Commissioner of Agriculture. Senate nomination number 6, Ralph Kip Brown, Winona, Mississippi, Mississippi Board of Animal Health, as a small ruminant breeder and producer representative, 4-year term beginning July 29, 2021, and ending July 28, 2025. Senate nomination number 7, James Shelton Raspberry, Kosciuszko, Mississippi, Mississippi Board of Animal Health, as a horse breeder and producer representative, 4-year term beginning August 1st, 2021, and ending July 31st, 2025. Senate nomination number 133, Samuel Kevin Sam Blakely Sr., Bay Springs, Mississippi, Mississippi Board of Animal Health, 4-year term beginning August 1st, 2021, and ending July 31st, 2025, representing the Mississippi Livestock Auction Association. Senate nomination number 134, Jeremy Dwayne Graham, Daxton, Mississippi, Mississippi Board of Animal Health, as a dairy breeder and producer representative, 4-year term beginning September 1st, 2021, and ending August 31st, 2025.
Ready for your motion, sir.
All of these appointments came back squeaky clean from the peer report. And as Senator Carter said one time in a committee meeting, they were clean as a brand new penny. So we do advise and consent.
Questions? Seeing none, your motion is by the morning roll call?
To advise and consent by morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Senator Carter, last one.
Item 242, called up, have title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 17, Thomas Ford Gandy, Madison, Mississippi Commercial Mobile Radio Service Board, 4-year term effective September 20th, 2021, and ending June 30th, 2024, representing wireless providers.
Mr. President, this is a reappointment, and his peer report came back squeaky clean. I move that we do advise and consent.
Questions on the nominee? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I move that we do advise and consent on morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Carter. Announcements. Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on 3 bills. Item number 226 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2725, medical records. Item number 227 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2735, freestanding rural emergency room. Item number 235 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2899, community mental health centers.
You get that, Mr. Clerk? Okay. Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator DeBar, announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item 184 in a motion to reconsider.
184. What was the bill number on that, Senator DeBar? Make sure I got that right, sir.
Number 184, House Bill 8881.
881. To the chairman, Senator Seymour, announcement.
Mr. President, I'd like to hold on yesterday's calendar, item number 87, House Bill 1065.
1065, Mr. Clerk, to the chairman. Senator McCon for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my understanding we have to bid goodbye to someone today, and he might be at the back of the chamber. One of our head pages may be leaving us effective today and won't be here tomorrow. So everybody give Sadie a good round of applause. We appreciate your help all year.
Senator Thomas, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added to Senate Bill number 2735, freestanding emergency room.
2735, Mr. Clerk. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask unanimous consent to be added on 3 bills, and before I do, I'm glad to see our resident leprechauns are still in the room with us with the rainbow outside. Would like to be added as a co-author on items number 14, 28, and 225.
What bill
numbers? That's 14, 28, and 225. Oh, bill numbers? That's the numbers on the calendar. I'll bring them to you. Thank you. I have to announce them. I'm sorry. SCR number 589 is 14. SCR number 593 is number 28. And number 225 on today's calendar.
You
need to announce it? It's number 2723.
Okay. 2723, Mr. Clerk. All right.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose on announcement, sir?
Mr. President, I'd like to hold House Bill number 1685, which is number 154, on today's calendar for a motion to reconsider.
1:55 on a motion to reconsider. Senator Polk, we don't want to adjourn just yet. 1 second, sir. Do you have an announcement, sir?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow morning at 9:30 here in the chamber, we'll have our junior page pictures made, and it will affect, of course, the Lieutenant Governor and Senators Butler, the 38th, Frazier, and Hickman.
Thank you, Senator Polk. 1 moment, please. Okay, we wanted to see if we could revise the state song, but apparently it's dead. All right, thank you, attorneys. So now we're ready, I think, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to stand in recess until the last conference report is filed tonight, at which time the journal will reflect we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Thank you very much for your work today.